This guide is going to take you through Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin, and show you how to get every single achievement as easily as possible, using only one character. Here are some important things to know before we start. This guide was made on the Steam version of the game, and in order to get achievements, you must be connected to Steam. If you would like to cut off online interactions, like invaders, you will need to block Dark Souls 2 from your outgoing firewall settings. You will have to figure out how to do this on your operating system of choice, but this is fairly simple to do with a little Google searching. This is not a 100% guide, just all achievements. We will not be grabbing every single item, so if there's something you want to grab that isn't part of an achievement, you will have to get it on your own. In order to get all of the achievements in Scholar of the First Sin, we have to get all of the spells. Because some spells require bosses to be beaten for transposition, this technically means we have to kill nearly every single optional boss at least once. There are some that are skippable, but provide useful items, like Smelter Demon and the Belfry Gargoyles, which we will go out of our way to beat. Unfortunately, we do have to beat the entirety of the old Iron King DLC in order to get a spell, but fortunately, we do not have to beat the other two DLCs or any of the optional areas from those DLCs. I will be going over them regardless, because I might as well. This guide is applicable to Scholar of the First Sin, release of Dark Souls 2. This is an entirely separate rearrangement of the original Dark Souls 2, containing all of the DLCs pre-installed and numerous gameplay changes, including changed enemy and item locations. Suffice it to say, this guide is not transferable to the vanilla release of Dark Souls 2, if that's the version you prefer to play. However, Scholar of the First Sin is the version of the game most players will be able to play nowadays, as it's the one readily available on Steam. For future reference, we have to beat Dark Souls 2 2.5 times. This is because some of the spells are locked behind Covenant rewards which are attainable at a shop at New Game Plus 2. Otherwise, you'd have to beat human opponents approximately 1,000 times to get both Covenants completed, which is simply not feasible for the average person. The entire 100% playthrough is approximately 30 hours long, longer if you're having a hard time, and shorter if you're very lucky and fast. Here is a general game plan of what we need to do. An unfortunate side effect of needing every single spell is beating every single boss in the base game, except for Smelter Demon and Belfry Gargoyle, both of which we beat anyways since they drop good items, and Smelter Demon's boss fight gives us access to a bonfire. We pass through every area in the game because several technically optional bosses have souls which transpose into the spells that we need. An even more unfortunate side effect of needing every single spell is grinding out rewards for the Warriors of Sunlight and Bellkeeper's Covenant, as well as beating the Pilgrims of the Abyss. This boils down to grinding Sunlight Medals from Falconers in Brightstone Cove Tseldora, and grinding Mad Warriors in Belfry's Soul. Neither of these are particularly hard, however, optimizing both of these grinds requires certain items from optional bosses and DLCs. Technically, we do not need to beat the entirety of Burnt Ivory King or Sunken King. However, both DLCs have powerful and useful items that we would like to have, and both have spells that we need to pick up anyways, but do not require bosses to be beaten. On top of this, all three optional multiplayer levels included in each DLC are not required for anything, but since I'll never have a good excuse to run through these levels otherwise, I'll be showing you how to beat them, but feel free to skip them. I won't blame you. The last unfortunate side effect of getting all spells is that we need to get to New Game Plus 2 to reach Drangleic Castle to buy the last spells that we need. Technically, and this is a big technically, you could get every spell in New Game Plus 0, but this would require beating both the Blue Sentinels Covenant and the Brotherhood of Blood. In case you didn't know, that means beating 500 people in duels for the Blue Sentinels, and beating 500 people in invasions for the Brotherhood of Blood. If that sounds doable to you, then be my guest, but beating a New Game Plus cycle with a fully decked out character should take about 3 to 5 hours depending on your skill, which is much faster than fighting 1,000 people. Shortly after starting the game, you will have to pick your character's class and starting gifts. If you're a complete beginner, you might be wondering what everything means, so here's a quick rundown. Vigor will increase your HP significantly. You also get a small amount of HP for every level up you make, regardless of which stat you pick, but Vigor is specifically for HP and sees large growth up until around level 40. Endurance raises your maximum stamina. It increases by 2 for every level until 20, then by 1 for every level until 99. Vitality raises your maximum equipment load. In layman's term, this is the amount of weight you can carry before coming overweight, which affects rolling distance and the types of rolls you use. Attunement raises spell memory and agility, among other magic-related things. You can think about this stat as everything magic other than the damage. Strength raises your strength attack modifier, which increases damage with weapons that scale with it. Unlike in other Dark Souls games, strength does not increase by 50% when you two-hand. Instead, you gain double strength for calculating stat requirements only, and two-handed weapons simply deal different motion values, which are like potencies in MMOs if you're familiar with that kind of thing. Dexterity raises your dexterity attack modifier, which increases the damage with weapons that scale with it. It also raises your poison and bleed scaling. Unlike in other Dark Souls games, dexterity does not improve your spellcasting speed or reduce fall damage. Adaptability, Dark Souls 2's most notorious stat, primarily raises agility, which influences your dodging iframes and how fast you use items. If you think your Estus is useless and that your dodges aren't effective, you probably need more adaptability. You also get a small amount of agility for leveling attunement. Intelligence raises your magic attack modifier, which raises the damage of sorceries and magic scaling weapons. It also raises your magic defense. Faith raises your lightning attack modifier, which raises the damage of miracles and faith scaling weapons. It also raises your lightning defense. Keep in mind that many miracles, like healing miracles, do not scale with faith. In Dark Souls 2, dark damage and fire damage scale with the lower of your intelligence and faith, which soft caps around 30-30 and hard caps around 40-40. Unlike Dark Souls 3, which simply calculates hex and pyromancy damage using the sum of int and faith, up to a total of 80, Dark Souls 2 only uses 1, but it picks the lower of the two, which means that if you would like to optimize damage on hexes or pyromancies, you will need to level both intelligence and faith equally, although keep in mind that pyromancies do not have any stat requirements and can be used for the non-scaling spells, like Poison Mist or for the utility that fire brings. So what should I level? The first thing you need to do is to level the stats you need to wield your weapon of choice. One with a low stat requirement is preferable to use, either as your main weapon or as a quote-unquote bridge weapon that you can use comfortably before getting the stats to use the main weapon for your final build. Once you have these stats to use a weapon properly, you will need to fix your worst body stat, get your adaptability and vigor to acceptable levels, around 20 to 25 for each, depending on how comfortable you are with rolling, then get some endurance. 10 is okay to start the game with, and usually you won't need more than 20 or 30 for the rest of the entire game, depending on your playstyle. Once you have these stats, you can start dumping them into the stats of your choice. You should dump into Vigor and Endurance. Endurance soft caps at 20, and that's a fine place to leave it. Vigor hard caps at 50, and that's a fine place to leave it. Feel free to leave your Vigor lower if you need those stats elsewhere. 30 is a good place to stop in the mid-game. If you don't want to use magic right away, you can dump your stats into a physical scaling stat of your choice, either strength or dexterity. The soft cap is 40, and that's a fine place to stop. If you want to use magic right away, leave your physical scaling stats at the base requirements for the weapons you'd like to use, and then dump your stats into Attunement and your magic scaling stat. Attunement has great gains up to level 30, but 20 is a fine place to leave it at the start. Magic stats scale very well, so go as far as you want. 40 and 50 is fine for sorceries. 30 in both is fine for hexes and pyromancies, but don't try to reach that in the early game. Magic is best dumped into later once you actually have the good spells and catalysts to work with. Now what starting class do I pick? Overall, there is no one build that is required to beat the game, but we will need to temporarily respec in order to talk to some shopkeepers and buy spells, and in general, hexes and pyromancies are very useful as a spell type at the end of the game. By the end of our first new game cycle, we will have more than enough souls to be level 160 onwards, assuming you haven't lost too many souls from dying repeatedly without recovering your souls. With that many levels, you'll be capable of building whatever you want, and you can use soul vessels to respec at any time, so your starting choice doesn't really matter. However, at the start of the game, you will want to carefully consider which class you start with, as it will influence how difficult the game is for you at the beginning. First is the Warrior. This is a strength-focused class. It is honestly just a less optimized version of the Knight for physical builds. It is an option for strength intelligence builds, but it's not a particularly good option anyways. Next is Knight. Knight is a well-rounded class with good vigor and adaptability, making them a solid choice for any player. They only lose a few stat points to magic compared to Bandit, but this isn't make or break. Your physical damage stats aren't super important early on, as you get most of your damage from weapon upgrades. Next is Swordsman. This is a dexterity-focused class. It has high damage at the start, but is extremely frail. You can dump some vigor and adaptability immediately to fix this. This is the most optimized build for Flynn's Ring, which scales the lower your vitality is, although this isn't particularly necessary, as even with some vitality investment, you'll still get a decent amount of damage from the ring. If you would like to do Dexterity Int builds, you're better off choosing Sorcerer, and for Dexterity Faith builds, you're better off choosing Bandit. Next is Bandit, the min-max starter. Bandit's only notable weakness is its extremely low starting adaptability, which you should fix as soon as possible. This class is min-maxed because it has the highest physical stats and the lowest magic stats total, with a staggering 1 intelligence. This is a good choice for Dexterity Faith because of that. Cleric is next. This is a Strength Faith focused build, and is the only true Faith starter. Supportive Miracles are great for removing ailments, boosting resistances, or healing health to save on Estus and life gems. Damaging Miracles are hard to come by, and most of them suck dick anyways, so you'll mostly be using Heavenly Thunder. The Cleric has terrible starting adaptability and endurance, and it cannot one-hand the mace by default, so you'll want to fix this as soon as possible. Next is Sorcerer. This is a glass cannon build, recommended only for those who can handle the spellcasting restrictions, or for those who can take advantage of the attunement spell swapping exploit. This is tailored for a dexterity build initially, but has low survivability, which makes it harder for new players. Remember that you can use binoculars to aim your spells. Next is Explorer. Explorer is an odd one. It's kind of a jack of all trades. It has high starting adaptability, but weak offensive stats. It starts with a bunch of extra items. Technically, all of these items are very cost effective, even in their lowest prices. This is about 23,000 souls worth of items, but it is up to you whether or not the save souls from the free items offsets your weaker early game. The high adaptability is a nice boon for dodging early on though. Deprived. Do not pick Deprived unless you're looking for a challenge. Every other class is better for a specific min-max. Even if your intention is to have a fully mundane build, you should still pick a different class and just respec later, as having even stats makes you very weak at the start of the game until you're around level 25 to 30 in every stat, and you have the mundane infusion to begin with. Needless to say, achieving this is something that can be only done in the extreme late game, and will be a horrific bane for you at the start of your playthrough. Now what starting gift do we pick? This is pretty simple. Always choose Healing Wares. This is the most useful and the most cost effective. Petrified Somethings can be taken if you would like to trade them with Dina and Dillo, but this is not recommended as most of the weapons have really poor durability in exchange for high damage. Now what are some example builds? The Mace and the Morningstar are solid strength weapons that deal good damage to armored enemies. They are also perfect for killing Titanite lizards, usually by doing a sprinting R1 into a standing R1, both two-handed. However, against normal enemies, the range is poor for crowd control. If you have sufficient strength, the Craftsman Hammer is a solid weapon that uses Twinkling Titanite, so you can use your normal Titanite on another weapon. The Fire Longsword from the Forest of Fallen Giants can be gotten by dropping down the cliff just before the tower bonfire. The Salamander here may be intimidating, but you can get by it for this great starting weapon. The Longsword has low requirements but solid damage thanks to the fire infusion on it, but keep in mind that everything in Ironkeep resists fire, as well as most armored enemies and some bosses. The Battle Axe is a very good strength weapon because of its big sweeping attack and poise breaks. It's a solid weapon that can allow you to bully high poise invaders and enemies you otherwise wouldn't be able to. Of course, we have to mention the Rapier. The Rapier is the speedrunner's specialty. It's fast, has high damage, can parry, and it absolutely destroys bosses due to the way counter hits work in Dark Souls, which causes enemies to take more damage during their attack animations. Bosses tend to be big and have slow attacks, which leave them vulnerable and in a counter state for a very long time. The Rapier's biggest weakness is its poor crowd control, but you can get around this by luring enemies into you one at a time. In the late game, feel free to disregard everything and just build whatever you want, as you'll have the stats to use basically everything. Here are some character building mistakes and pitfalls. Power stancing is a cool mechanic of Dark Souls 2, but keep in mind that it is mostly built for mid to late game builds with a lot of drawbacks in exchange for burst damage and flashy moves. You will need to have 50% more of the highest required stat of both weapons combined in order to power stance. You will need to upgrade 2 weapons instead of 1. You will probably lose the ability to block or parry. Power stance attacks consume just as much stamina as swinging twice does, and you probably won't be able to cast spells with power stancing unless your weapon is capable of doing that. Boss weapons and special weapons require Petrified Dragon Bones and Twinkling Titanite respectively. They make bad early game weapons because they are immediately outclassed by normal weapons, which can be plus 10 in as little as an hour of gameplay. Despite having great variety of weapons in Dark Souls 2, a lot of the weapons are outclassed by basic ones you can find early in the game, like the Longsword and the Rapier. Lenagrast, one of the earlier merchants in the game, carries most of the best weapons. Do not make a miracle build. Almost all of the damaging miracles are terrible. Every other school of magic is fine. Lightning builds are fine. The only boss that resists lightning is the Looking Glass Knight. However, using the miracles themselves for damage is usually a bad idea. Now let's talk about invaders. Invaders are by far the hardest enemy in the game next to the bosses themselves, which is not an exaggeration. There are a few strategies that can seriously help you against invaders. The first and most difficult strategy is to simply parry them. Most invaders will be dead in 2 to 3 parries, making it extremely effective if you can pull it off. The rapier has a very effective parry, but you can also use medium and small shields. Against slow weapons, like greatswords, you can watch the invader's animations and parry as soon as you see the animation change, which will usually line up to the parrying animation of your choice. For faster weapons, you can parry when you think the enemy is in range and is about to start an attack. You can practice parries against the invisible hunters in Shaded Woods. Keep in mind that if you kill them like 12 times, they will eventually despawn unless you join the Company of Champions Covenant. Next strategy is to just use magic. Most invaders will only roll through spells some of the time, and you can deal considerable damage by just spamming slow-moving spells. Invaders also make no attempt to avoid mist spells, like Poison Mist or Dark Fog. The poison these inflict is very potent on invaders, as well as Poison Mist not having any stat requirements or scaling, making it free to use on any build. Another strategy is to abuse large weapons. Ultra Greatswords can knock NPCs over with their R2 Gulf Swing or stabbing attack. Great Hammers can pancake NPCs with their two-handed overhead R2 slams. Both are extremely effective against NPCs who try to abuse their poise to walk up to you. And for Ultra Greatswords, you can knock people off cliffs. You can also try the Force Miracle, but I've never tried it personally and it seems pretty ineffective. Against invaders who primarily use magic or ranged weapons, you can easily break most of their poise by just hitting them with any melee weapon. You should carefully approach these invaders and roll through their spells. Oftentimes, these invaders panic roll when you're too close to them, so you can bait out this roll by simply getting close without attacking, and then punishing their roll when they do. When you do manage to punish them, you can hammer out attacks and use your entire stamina bar, then stay aggressive so you can keep interrupting their spells by staying close to them and forcing them to roll. You have one last ace up your sleeve, the Seed of a Tree of Giants. This item can be acquired from the Soldier's Rest bonfire by taking the darkened side path below the Cardinal Tower after beating Last Giant. This item can be consumed to turn enemies of the level against any invaders, which usually results in a win for the level enemies. A seed attempts to spawn every time you're invaded, so you should check back here frequently if you're having a lot of trouble with invaders. Be sure to keep at least one of these on you when you do the Iron King DLC and the Ivory King DLC, as there's an extremely pesky invader in these levels that you'll want these for. We have one last ace up our sleeve for the entire playthrough, and normally I don't condone cheating or exploiting in an online environment, but since we're just trying to get all of the achievements, I don't see an issue with this. There are 2 notable exploits that anyone can do with relative ease, however one of these is PC exclusive. The PC exclusive exploit is what I like to call the Attunement Spell Swap exploit, or ASS. This exploit requires a mouse, which is why it's exclusive to Computer Gaming Gang. This exploit allows you to take the attunement stats of one spell and give them to another while retaining the stats of the equipped spell, so you can have a spell like Forbidden Sun, but with the amount of casts and using the amount of slots that Soul Arrow would use. To perform the exploit, sit down at a bonfire and attune the spell you want to use. Then warp to any bonfire. I usually recommend doing this at the Farfire. While your character is in the animation to warp, perform the following. Left-click one time on the left side where the menu used to be. Right-click one time to open the context menu. Click on Back. You should now see the normal menu pop up again. Click on Attune Spells. Put your mouse cursor over the spell you want to take the attunement properties from and wait for the screen to fade away. Right after the screen goes completely black, you should see one frame where the menu pops up again. Click after you see this, and you should have done it properly. If the spell that you are swapping is the first spell that you have equipped, you won't have to select it by clicking on it. Occasionally, the spell attunement menu won't have any spells open, which is just a random bug. If this happens, you'll just have to start over again. In your attunement spells menu, you should see the other spell equipped, but still have the original one in your castable spells. If you equip additional copies of either the swapped spell or the original spell, you'll get even more casts. This exploit is a great way to get more spell casts for cheap and get the most out of your attunement slots. The second exploit to talk about is the Infinite Brightbug exploit, which was recently discovered how it actually works. The Infinite Brightbug exploit allows you to have the 20% damage output and defense increase for as long as you are alive and not entering a hard loading screen, as opposed to just lasting the 2 minutes it does normally. All you have to do to perform the exploit is use a Brightbug while your character is wet with water, and then quit out of the game. When you come back in, the Brightbug's effect will persist until you die, quit out, or warp between bonfires. This is a powerful effect, but keep in mind that Brightbugs are expensive, rare, and while the exploit is in effect, you will not be able to return to Majula to level up or buy items without walking there yourself. So you'll have to weigh the decision between having the buff and not spending the souls. As for getting wet, there are numerous locations in many levels where you can get wet with water, and if you have the Ferrous Mask, it applies a wet debuff to you all the time, so you can use this anywhere to perform the exploit. Welcome to the game. I hope you enjoy your stay, because we're going to be here for a while. You'll start the game in a stone gazebo and things betwixt. There are only a few enemies here to worry about, so just follow the most natural path forward. There are some extra collectibles, but nothing to really worry about. Before crossing the bridge to the witch's hut, you can hang a left and take the muddy path to find some gold pine resin being guarded by a hippo enemy. This hippo is almost guaranteed to one-shot kill you, but you really don't have anything to lose at this point. Grab the resin however you like. It's not necessary, but you can use it to speed up a fight by giving you lightning damage on your weapon. Now, after you do that, head into the witch's hut and create your character. As stated in the introduction, I recommend either Knight or Explorer, along with healing wares, but the choice is up to you in the end. By creating our character, we will have become human. Becoming human removes the health debuff from being hollowed, and it also makes you way less ugly. Before proceeding, head upstairs and grab a human effigy from the chest. Then head outside of the witch's hut and light the bonfire. You can smash the nearby cart and get a torch. You'll need a lot of these, but thankfully we don't need that many. Things Betwixt acts as a tutorial with branching paths that you can traverse through to learn the basics of the game. If you are new to Dark Souls, I recommend that you go through the area as it's very easy and it's quite thorough. You also get a free dagger for doing this, and in addition to this, you unlock Dina and Tullo, the trading birds of this game. In addition to this, if you light every sconce in Things Betwixt, a red phantom will appear and fight you. There is no point in doing this, so don't bother. When you're done with this level, proceed into the light and head into Majula. As you enter Majula, hang a hard left and grab a Divine Blessing. This heals all of your health, so save it for a tough boss fight. Now, head back to the entrance and follow the fence to the cliff on your right. There is an opening here that leads to a morning star as well as a sacred chime and some binoculars. Next, as you drop down into Majula, hang a left and head across to the town to the well. You want to punch the rock at the well and grab the Estus Flask Shard. Getting this now is a bit of a time saver since we're going to be fighting someone soon. Now, head over to the cliff by the far fire and talk to the Emerald Herald. She is responsible for your leveling up, so be sure not to kill her. Talk to her and get the Estus Flask. It will automatically equip itself to your hotbar, so adjust its position to your liking. Make sure to light the bonfire and give the Emerald Herald the Estus Flask Shard that you just got. Now go to the monument at the top of Majula and join the Way of Blue Covenant by talking to Crestfallen Soldan. This is the first of many covenants, and it gives us a ring that boosts your HP by a small amount, so feel free to equip that. Last but not least, go to Malin the Armorer in the first house on the left side of Majula and beat his ass. Malin sells armor, but the best armor he has is the one that he's wearing. The Tseldora armor set grants up to 25% increased soul gain from enemies, which is nothing to scoff at over the course of our entire playthrough. If you need a shield to help you fight Malin, you can go down the stone tunnel to the right side of Majula and grab a Crimson Parma from an iron chest partway down the stairs, but this shouldn't be necessary. He has very little poise and will stagger to just about any hit. Once he's dead, loot his armor and wear it all the time, especially during bosses. Now once you're all done here in Majula, you can take the left path on the cliff from the far fire and head towards Forest of Fallen Giants. As you enter the area, drop down to open the chest, and then jump across the waterway to grab some more items. The forest is not a particularly difficult area, however this is going to teach you that Dark Souls 2 has a lot of enemies, and will gank you often. Start by following the road to the left of the river, steering clear of the hippo in the river as you clear enemies towards the first bonfire on the other side of the river down the path. There are some more shinies to collect around here, but none of these are really important. As you enter the next area, you'll notice a large amount of enemies lying on the ground. Most of these enemies will get up and start attacking you, but you can just backstab them as they're getting up. There aren't a lot of important items here, and you can just leave by taking the path on your left side. However, if you go onto the right side and climb up to the upper level, you can grab a short sword, which is a decent starting weapon and an alternative to the long sword. As you pass through the fog wall here into the next darkened hallway, take a left at the turn and be wary of an enemy hiding behind the corner on your right. Once he's taken care of, tiptoe into the room on your right as well, and you'll alert some more enemies who you'll want to take out. Otherwise, they'd rock up behind you as you went down this dark hallway. After the room, there's a hollow soldier just on the corner to your right, so take him out as well. Finally, at the end of the dark hallway is a small group of enemies, including a soldier that throws firebombs. None of these enemies are particularly dangerous. However, you'll want to avoid climbing up the ladder right away, otherwise you can potentially be knocked down. At the top of the ladder, after the door, is a soldier hiding behind the corner. He'll aggro when you open the door, so be sure to take him out so he doesn't bother you when you try to sit at the bonfire. Now head into the Cardinal Tower and talk to Melentia, the hag. You can buy whatever you want from her right now, however, try to remember how many souls you spend with her. After spending at least 10,000 souls, she'll give you a special ring. At this point, you'll just want to talk to her until she says it's high time that she moves. This prompts her to move to Majula later after you beat the last giant. When you're done in this room, go up the stairs and smash the door down. There's a Titanite lizard here who you should try to kill. If you don't get him, don't worry, they will respawn like normal enemies if you sit at a bonfire. In this room is a hand axe, which is a solid weapon that basically any class can wield with 2 hands, as long as you have 5 strength and the amount of dex required. The room up ahead has a soldier lying in the ground, and a small white soapstone and a divine blessing if you drop down under the tree roots from above. Now you can rest at the bonfire and go and get that lizard if you failed to kill him earlier. In addition to this, if you bought Leningrast's key from Melentia here, you can go back to Majula and open up his shop. Doing this unlocks his services as a blacksmith after you rest at the bonfire, and you can also take his free short bow. Leningrast sells a good variety of strong weapons, so be sure to buy one of these if you're planning on using them. There's a free Titanite shard in Mullen's house up the ladder if you forgot to get it before, which you can use to get an easy upgrade right now. Head back to the Cardinal Tower and go down the ladder. There are some soldiers lying around here but nothing crazy, just eliminate them one by one. Now head through the fog wall. We need to go have a chat with Kale the cartographer. Take a step off the right side of the root bridge onto the scaffolding below. There are some more soldiers here, but our goal is the scaffolding in the cave to our left. When you walk into the cave, watch out for the rolling rocks and proceed to your left. Talk to Kale until you're absolutely sure his dialogue is repeating. He has dialogue after he gives you the key, and you need to exhaust all of this to ensure that he moves back to the house. Once he's talked to you enough, you're free to leave him to his own devices. You can leave this area by taking the ladder to the ramparts on the left side from the cave exit, and return to the root bridge we started on. Climb the root bridge to the top of the ramparts, where you'll find an ironclad. You can bait him into hitting the gunpowder barrels around to soften him up. When you climb the ladder on your right side, quickly try to grab all the items here as Pursuer will drop down and begin attacking you. The most important item here to grab is the Estus Flask Shard, which is to your left starting from the ladder. If you grab everything quickly, it's likely that Pursuer won't get to do more than shoot a projectile at you, which shouldn't kill you. Now I somehow forgot to show this in the footage, but you can open this shortcut back to the Cardinal Tower by using a firebomb or a strong weapon attack to blow up this pile of barrels. Doing this is probably a good idea, and it's a good opportunity to head back to Majula and use that Estus Flask Shard that we just got. After you drop down, there's an opening in the wall to your right, facing several ballista. You should take a sharp right after entering this room to avoid being blasted, and then eliminate all of the soldiers in the room one by one. Make sure to grab Great Soul Arrow in this room. There are more items here, but none of it is necessary, we just needed that spell. Afterwards, you can head right outside of this room and talk to Pate. After you chat with him, enter the courtyard ahead and you'll be ambushed by many enemies. This encounter is completely optional, but this is the only way to get the full-sized white soapstone if you were planning on doing multiplayer, so be sure to do this if you are planning on doing that. The hallways ahead have an illusory wall, which you can open by using the interact button instead of attacking them like in other Dark Souls games. There's a sorcerer's catalyst in here if you wanted one, and you can head up to the end of the stairs and drop down the pate to get your rewards. This is also required if you plan on doing pate's quests, but that's not required for any achievements. There are supposed to be some explosive barrels in the room here, but usually I end up seeing that someone else already blew them up. I am not entirely sure what that's all about. The room ahead has some spear hollows, which are pretty annoying to fight. I suggest you lure them back one by one. Through the fog wall to your right is a perfectly passive hollow soldier and a large leather shield. This is a good shield if you wanted one. Be sure to grab the arrows here before opening the shortcut and resting at the Cardinal Tower bonfire before heading down to the elevator to go fight the boss. If there are any sunlight warriors looking for summons, feel free to help them out so they can get some sunlight medals. Otherwise, you can summon Pate here and you'll get his gear later on as part of his quest. The last giant is not a particularly hard boss, but his large size can make him intimidating and confusing to fight for newcomers. In general, avoid standing right in front of him and try not to get cornered or sandwiched on a wall like I did, otherwise you'll get comboed repeatedly. If you're having a lot of trouble here, there's plenty of NPCs to summon like Sellsword Loot, as well as Pate. You can also use the gold pine resin that we got earlier to give you a boost during this boss fight. Once he's down, head back to the Cardinal Tower bonfire to rest. If Melentia is still here, make sure you have spent at least 10,000 souls with her and use the talk option on her to get the covetous Silver Serpent Ring +1. This boosts your soul gain by another 25%. It scales not perfectly, so you'll get slightly less than 50% with the Tseldora armor on, but that's pretty good otherwise. If you haven't spent anything on Melentia right now, you should probably get Leningrass Key and whatever else you feel like. Life Gems and Fire Bombs are perfectly reasonable options to purchase. The Soul of the Last Giant provides no spells for us to transpose, and you can eat it to safely level up or spend on Melentia. I recommend consuming the soul right now as levels are valuable to us, to increase our vigor and adaptability. Once you head back to Majula, go to the manor at the end of town. There's some Titanite on the second floor which I didn't catch in the recording, but you should definitely go get those. Kale will appear here later, but instead, go downstairs and grab the Estus Flask Shard that's being guarded by a skeleton. You can also grab a Soul Vessel here, which we will use to respec our stats later on. Now use all of your Titanite shards before heading back to the forest. From the Cardinal Tower, head down the ladder and across the stone bridge to open a door using the key we got from Last Giant. There's a Ring of Restoration here, which is nearly useless, but feel free to equip it if you have ring slots available, which you probably do. The side path here is a King's Gate being guarded by a Cyan Knight. This knight is pretty tanky given our current level and is not required to beat, so ignore it right now. There's a Grand Lance here if you want it, but otherwise head back towards the room with 2 Lance soldiers from before, and open the door at the end. In here are some Royal Swordsmen and a boss fog leading to Pursuer. The quick and easy strategy is to stand to the left of the barrel immediately in front of you, wait for Pursuer to swing at you, and roll to your left past Pursuer. Immediately sprint ahead and interact with the back end of the ballista on their left to blast Pursuer. If you did it fast enough, you should be able to mash and blast him with 2 volleys of the ballista, which kills him instantly. If you fail to do this, you can either fight him normally, or go into your menu and quit out to reset the boss fight. Once Pursuer is down for the count, equip the Ring of Blades that he drops for a solid physical attack boost, and head across the exit to your right to sit in a bird's nest. You'll be taken to the Lost Bastille. We will only be here for a short while, but there are some very important items we can get here. Start by opening up the chests nearby to get the Dull Ember, Then light the bonfire and head back to Majula to level up. The soul of the pursuer is not important and it can be safely consumed. Now warp back to where we were and hang a left across the wall to open some windows and grab a large Titanite. Be sure to grab it as it'll save us some money and time. Then head into the windows and kill the soldiers on the balcony before dropping the barrel down onto the dogs below. If it doesn't explode, you can use firebombs to detonate the barrels, and if you don't have those, you can try and plunge down onto the dogs to eliminate them early. Open the door on this lower floor to enter an open space with a chest. Approach the chest but don't open it. The pursuer will spawn again behind you and you'll need to clear him out before you can loot safely. There are no cheese strategies here, but the pursuer is not hard, just really tanky. His safest attack is the dash where he flourishes his sword to his side. You can easily avoid it by just walking to your right, giving you a big window to hit him. All of his other attacks can be easily rolled through, but obviously that may require some practice on your part. Once pursuer's down for the second count, open the chest and get a fragrant branch of yore. Be sure to pick up the Titanite that the pursuer also drops. Now head back and use the ladder to return to where we were. You'll encounter some jailer enemies. Clear out the barrels in front of the door before heading inside to talk to Lucatiel of Mira. Be sure to talk to her, as her quest completion is tied to an achievement. The chest next to you has an antiquated key in it. Be sure to pick it up. Outside, walk up to the broken parapet and climb the ladder to a large Titanite shard. Then, drop down and follow the path to clear out some more jailers. Lauren has a chance to spawn here, so be aware of that. If the jailer at the top of the stairs blows up the barrel or you otherwise lose it, use a homeward bone to reset the area, as this barrel puzzle is very important. Luring the jailer away is usually a bit risky, so you can opt to push the barrel yourself while the jailer isn't aggressive, and hopes it blows up or is in position later. Then you can clear out the jailer. The best case scenario is that the barrel hits the wall and it blows open a hole in it. In my case, the barrel didn't blow up, but it's still in position. You can use a firebomb, a torch, or use a strong attack from a large weapon like a halberd or a greatsword to blow open the barrel. You can also use the jailer's attack if one is still alive. Hopefully, you managed to successfully blow open a hole in the wall, and you can rest at the bonfire here. Nice. Now, light a torch and brighten up the smithy before taking all of the chests here. The Titanite and iron arrows are very nice. Now rest at the bonfire and open the chest that Macduff was sitting on to get the craftsman hammer. Talk to Macduff and give him the dull ember, which unlocks his services as a smith and the ability to infuse weapons. Macduff sells iron arrows, which are a good purchase, as well as large Titanite. This is a good opportunity to upgrade a weapon of your choice to +6, as we'll be needing it shortly. Once you're done with Macduff, head back to Majula. We're about to head to the Shaded Woods and enter Brightstone Cove Tseldora to upgrade a weapon to +10. Doing this is very useful as it provides us with a strong weapon for the entirety of the early and mid game, but it requires beating 2 areas which are relatively harder compared to the intended progression path. If you do not wish to do this early excursion, you can skip ahead to Heide's Tower of Flame. From the far fire, head towards the entrance to Things Betwixt, but don't follow the path and look for a cave entrance dead ahead of you. Near the end of this path is Benhart of Yugo, with his very bright looking sword. Be sure to talk to him before entering the room ahead of you. Open the doors on the sides and clear out the 2 forest grotesques. They will ambush you later if you don't. They may seem intimidating, but they also have 0 poise, so you can easily stagger them. Up ahead is Rosabeth of Melfia, who is petrified. The fragrant branch of yore we picked up in Lost Bastille will fix this. Now hindsight is 20/20, but be sure to talk to Benhart immediately after curing Rosabeth. This will save you the trouble of having to walk back here and talk to him later. He also gives you a gesture. The reason you should do this now is because once you open the door, the other side closes on you and you can't walk back to talk to Benhart. Talk to Rosabeth and give her something to wear. This is an achievement, so be sure to do it. Give her at least 1 piece of anything, it doesn't matter. Then pull the lever she was standing in front of, and more forest grotesques will drop down and ambush you. Run them around in a circle and wipe them out one by one. With the ambush taken care of, you can leave Rosabeth on her own to make her way back and open the doors on the left and the right side to find an Estus Flask Shard and a bonfire. You can head back to Majula and use the shard, but if you do that, you'll have to fight another ambush in this room. Heading up the stairs leads you to some more forest grotesque. The unarmed grotesques will throw stones at you, which stagger you quite well and are pretty annoying, so be aware of them. The last encounter is a group of 4. You can easily remove 1 or 2 at the start of encounter, or just ignore them completely. The end of the road is the ruined Forked Road Bonfire, and we'll be coming back here multiple times, so remember that name, Forked Road Bonfire. Now is a safe time to warp back to Majula and use any shards and souls you found. Head back to the Forked Road and climb the stairs, taking the side on your right. The foggy air of the shaded woods makes it difficult for me to give you consistent instructions, especially while the invisible hunters are beating your ass in. The important tip is that striking one of the large trees with a face on it causes it to cry out, which lures in and distracts the hunters for a while. Basically, hit every tree you pass by. Immediately after entering the shaded woods, hang a left to follow the hill up to the head of Vengarl. Vengarl is related to an achievement, so be sure to come up here and talk to him. Talk to him a lot, and you'll get his helmet, which should net you an achievement. You should also be sure to get his gesture. Once you're done, head down the hill you came up from and go straight ahead, striking all of the large trees and grabbing any items along the way. They're all relatively valuable, but none of them are required for progression. At the end of the area is a cliffside with a chest. The chest on the top of the hill contains the Sun Ring, which is not very useful for us. If you move completely parallel to the face of the chest, down the hill, you'll find the blue Clearstone Ring +1, which boosts spellcasting speed, and isn't very useful. Now, from the chest containing the Sun Ring, take a 90-degree turn left and walk until you hit a wall, then turn left and follow the wall until you hit a little hill, which will lead you to the Chloranthy Ring +1. This is actually very useful, and well worth coming up here despite not being mandatory. Now simply follow the wall until you make it up the hill and exit to your left to finish the area. This mossy ruin has a bonfire, so be sure to rest here. If you have the souls for it, be sure to go back to Majula and enter the house on the right side opposite to Mallin's. Inside is Sweet Shalquire, the weird fucking cat. She sells various rings. In particular, we want the Ring of Whispers, which costs 5,800 souls. This seemingly useless ring will allow us to start Man-Scorpion Tark's quest, which is important as it'll help us fight a boss shortly. Return to the Shaded Woods and go up the ruined ramp to the upper floor, unequip your wares and take a leap of faith onto the bridge down below. Re-equip your equipment and head up the stairs to your left to find a Cyan Knight guarding a chest. This encounter indicates a special item, so kill the knight. The chest contains Sublime Bone Dust. There are 5 of these in the whole game, and they improve the potency of the Estus Flask. Feel free to grab the Black Knight Halberd before using a Homeward Bone to return to the bonfire. You can go back to Majula now and burn the Bone Dust at the far fire to strengthen your Estus Flask. Now back into the Shaded Woods proper, exit the ruins by taking a straight and a hard left. There are another set of ruins that we're going through. These pale pots with faces cause curse buildup. Don't worry, as cursing in this game simply causes hollowing buildup and doesn't kill you. There are some items and a Titanite lizard outside of these ruins, so try to get the jump on it. Equip the Ring of Whispers and talk to Man-Scorpion Tark. Be careful to not hit him and that no enemies are following you. Mash through his dialogue to unlock his summon, then you can unequip the ring. Now head straight through the level, hugging the side of the hill to avoid enemy aggro and falling down that pit before entering the ruins on the left to meet the boss. You'll need to be human in order to summon Tark, and it is highly recommended that you do this, as he's quite tanky and it will make the boss much easier. The boss ahead is Scorpioness Najika, who will cast sorceries and use her scary scorpion bits to hit you. Najika starts submerged under the sand, so run up and avoid her opening spells before poking her in the face, then clear out as she leaps out of the sand. Najika is best fought standing behind her, wait for her to reel up her stinger and attack her after she swings at you. If Najika dives under the sand, stand on the stone part of the arena so that she can't come up from under you. Najika can be quite difficult early on, but that's what Tark's for. Najika's soul does make a spell that we need, but since she's technically mandatory, you can eat her soul now and worry about transposing it later on. Now for a bit of chores. Head backwards and turn left out of the ruins that led to the boss. The grass here conceals some boards that cover a hole that you can fall down. Be sure to grab Homing Soul Mass before talking to Dark Diver Grandal. Then, drop down and clear out the Basilisk before grabbing the Titanite here. Now run out of the cave back to the bonfire. Be sure to rest. Now go back to Tark and use the Ring of Whispers to chat with him. You'll get a Fragrant Branch of Yore and his gesture. Now we can run up to the boss arena and continue properly. We'll deal with Doors of Pharos at a later date. For now, run past the Mastodon and light the bonfire. This isn't required by any means, but if you enter this first area, clear out the Toxic Rats, the Mastodon, and the NPC Invader, you can use a Pharos Logstone and the middle keyhole to open this door on the right side to get Santier's Spear, a solid raw infusion weapon. Back to standard progression, head in reverse and go up the stairs, clearing out the Gyurm on the way. Up the spiral path and down the halls, the way is pretty obvious and the Gyurm warriors are too slow to pose a real threat. This one Titanite lizard is quite infamous for being very difficult to kill. I wouldn't sweat it if you miss him, as he only really drops a raw stone. You cannot attempt to kill him from the other direction, as he simply notices you too early and runs away too fast. The end of the stairs here leads to Brightstone Cove Tseldora, but we still have some more to go. As usual, light the bonfire and head over to the left side of the encampment. There are some hollow peasants as well as some falconers. The peasants can drop armor which boosts adaptability, but it's not better than the Tseldora gear we're wearing right now. Our focus is to summon Benhart of Yugo from one of the tents on this side of the camp. If Benhart's sign isn't there, be sure to go back to Majula and talk to him again. We need to get Benhart to the boss room, but he has a bad habit of getting squashed by these boulders or walking off the cliff. So if you're having trouble getting him to survive, kill off the hollows here by baiting the boulders down and climbing up the ladder on your right. Now go back to get Benhart if you didn't already. He's in one of the tents with the crates blocking it. Benhart will likely aggro against the falconers, but you can drag him away by running down the road. With Benhart at your side, continue down the road you may or may not have cleared out already. Benhart won't have much trouble with the enemies here. The chest in the cave is trapped and contains nothing of value, so ignore it. There's an illusory wall here before the boss fog that's completely optional. The boss of the area is the infamous Prowling Mages and the Congregation. While not a particularly hard boss, the number of enemies here can be a bit much to deal with. I would start by calling off the herd of hollows and backstabbing the priests, as they can heal the enemies and throw lightning at you. If you're having a hard time, you can buy Alluring Skulls from Shalquire, which will distract all of these enemies, but having Benhart already makes this too easy. As soon as the boss is dead, you can turn left and climb up to the church to find Cromwell the Pardoner. He sells some miracles and resolves NPC aggression problems. You will need to buy some things from him, but he will always be here, so you can delay it for now. Head back down and light the bonfire in the cave ahead of you. Drop down this cave and head into the room on your right. The spiders in Brightstone are afraid of light, so if they're giving you a hard time, light a torch at a bonfire. Keep in mind that this will take up your left-hand slot. At this cliffside, inch up to your right and drop down here carefully. Head down into this dark room and clear out the hollow mages quickly. Then drop down the ladder and quickly light the bonfire before grabbing a torch. A large number of spiders will drop down into the room and you won't be able to rest until they're all gone. I forgot to do this in the recording, but you should open the door here before going back to the previous bonfire. From this cliffside near the boss room, lock onto the Titanite lizard and step back before leaping off the cliff and plunging onto the lizard. If you miss, no big deal, just start heading in the opposite direction and into the rooms ahead. Immediately after opening the door outside, there was another lizard to your right. He's pretty hard to kill as it basically requires you to sprint and attack before even locking onto it. If you miss, no big deal, just make sure to grab the Titanite chunk on the edge before doubling back the way we came. Off the far edge is a drop to a building down below. Be careful to land on this or you'll have to warp back and try again. Carefully climb down to where the caster is and eliminate him. Then grab the Estus Flask shard before dropping down onto the ground below. This area has a guaranteed invasion from Bowman Gunthry, as well as a chance to be invaded by Forlorn. Regardless of which happens first, rush ahead and open the wooden double gate so we have some breathing room. The spiked bridge is a solid place to duel, so run away if you need to, however a lot of enemies will follow you. A Forlorn invasion is pretty unlucky, so don't give up if he takes you down. Parrying is your best friend in these kinds of battles. The spiked floor here is quite harmless, but will aggro the peasants nearby. Clear them out and grab all of the delicious Titanites lying around. These are why we even came here in the first place. Head back and grab another Titanite chuck in the sandy room that we ran through earlier if you were being chased by an invader. In total, there's at least 5 chunks in Brightstone, and 1 from the lizard near Tark, which gives us enough to finish an upgrade for a weapon. If you missed it, you can hop back into the room with the wooden doors and shatter the bookshelf to open a hidden room. In here is Soul Vortex, which can be gotten in numerous locations, but this is one of the earliest. We're quite close to actually beating the rest of Brightstone, but you can feel free to return to Majula now. I highly recommend upgrading a weapon of your choice to plus 10. I'll be upgrading the Rapier, and doing this will get you the achievement Supreme Weapon. Return to Majula. It's time to continue standard progression with a very powerful weapon in hand. Take a right and follow the cliffside until you see an entrance to a cave. Head inside and follow the path down right until you hit the sluice gate. There's a chest along the way containing the Crimson Parma if you didn't get it earlier. Open the gate by pulling the chain and pass through into Heide's Tower of Flame. Luckily for us, the majority of the Heide Knights will not aggro until Dragonrider, the boss of the zone, is defeated. That doesn't mean this will be a walk in the park, however. After eliminating the first old Drake Keeper, light the bonfire and walk down the stairs to your right. Take out the hammered Drakekeeper before turning left out the door. This Drakekeeper does not chase you. This large room on the end of this pathway contains several Drakekeepers that will watch you duel the one in the middle before attacking you together. I prefer to take out the middle one first, and then bum rush the one on your right, as the left door may aggro some enemies. Stepping forward into this open area aggroes one of the Drakekeepers and the Head Knight. They move at different speeds, so bait them out one by one. Their Rapier absolutely crushes the Heide Knight with two-handed R2 attacks. As you reach the base of the stairs, a spear-wielding Heide Knight will approach you. He's a tough nut to crack, but his weakness is being backstabbed after he does his double swipe into a lunge combo. Now you'll want to let your stamina regenerate before sprinting when you get to the top of the stairs and to your left towards the sleeping guardian dragon. It's important that you conserve stamina up until you hit the top of the stairs or you won't make the sprint before being lit on fire. The guardian dragon is a pushover if you just attack his feet, alternating between them as he stomps around. The most intimidating attack he has is when he flies up and breathes fire directly below him, but this usually doesn't do enough damage to kill you. Once the dragon's done, pull the lever and head up the drawbridge to this optional boss. The old Dragon Slayer is a cheap knockoff of Ornstein. Let's not try and figure out the lore ramifications of how this happened. Slim Jim isn't nearly as deadly as he usually is, and he's pretty slow, but his lance combos have a lot of reach, and he has Smo's Butt Slam. In general, you can just strafe and roll to your right around the old Dragon Slayer until you have enough stamina to hit him. Then repeat. He'll drop the old Leo ring, which you should equip if you're using a rapier, directly after the boss's Blue Sentinel Targray. He's required for an achievement, but we can't get to it yet until we have a token of fidelity. For now, you can loot the chests around him and head downstairs nearby for a bonfire. You may choose to not rest here as there are very few enemies left before the true boss of the area. I choose not to, and so now sprint all the way back and head through the other door where we had our 3-man duel. Down the stairs leads to one more Drakekeeper and a boss fog. The Heide Knight to the side blocks a chest containing the Ring of Binding, which is not necessary at all. To defeat Dragonrider, enter the boss fog and look at him without moving. Count his footsteps. As he's about to take his 7th step towards you, run past him to your right, rolling if necessary. If done properly, Dragonrider's stabbing attack will whiff, forcing him to turn around towards you, which will drop him into the water and defeat him instantly. If you don't get it on your first try, just save and quit and you'll return to the start of the boss fog. Climb up the stairs to meet Lycia of Lindelt, Resist the urge to punch her off of the tower. She's required for an achievement, and her invasion quest rewards a miracle. Talk to her to make sure she moves back to Majula, then rest at the bonfire and feel free to return to Majula now. The Dragonrider soul is not required for any spells and can be safely consumed for souls. It can be transposed into a decent set of magic scaling weapons if you choose. The old Dragon Slayer soul is the same, but it makes a faith weapon instead of a magic one. Head back to Heide's Tower Flame and into the darkened waterways. There's a Drake Keeper here and some stairs leading down. Take a sharp left down the hall to find a Cyan Knight guarding Sublime Bone Dust. Take him down and grab the dust. Make your way down the other direction of the hallway. The elevator will take you to a lower level submerged in water. The Petrified Hollow halfway down leads to an Estus Flask shard and some gear. This is completely optional, but you can choose to grab it if you want. Keep in mind that in every playthrough there is always one more Estus Flask shard you need to fully upgrade the Estus Flask. Continue down this cavern to reach a bonfire. We're now in No Man's Wharf. You'll want to light a torch to get a better view of the area and to make a few enemies easier to fight. Take out the hollow on your right and then the dogs approaching on the left. Follow the dock to the right and be wary of the Varangian hanging off the edge. He should get up if you agitate him, then take him out. Now clear out the rest of the hollows surrounding the dock. This boarded up area has some Titanite shards but can otherwise be ignored. These wooden houses contain multiple hollow infantry. Take them out as they come to you. Go upstairs. To your left is a Varangian and a dog to your right. There's a small room you'll want to go into on your left. Lucatiel is in this room, so talk to her until her dialogue repeats. There's a human effigy hidden behind the bookshelf in this room, but otherwise just exit to find the top of the stairs from earlier. There's a number of Varangians and dogs here, so lure them across in the stairs and eliminate them. There's not a lot around here, so turn the corner heading left and go up the stairs. These large armed enemies are called Dark Dwellers and they can inflict a bleed with their scratchings. They are, however, usually scared of light, which leaves them vulnerable to attack. However, they will get aggressive if you back them into a corner. Be sure to grab Emit Force hanging off of the cliff here. This area is optional. The door on the left is guarded by a Dark Dweller who will Kool-Aid Man the wall after you open the door. Take him out quickly as another Dark Dweller will drop down on top of you and the one in the corner will not be spooked by your torch. There's one last enemy upstairs before opening the door to two chests. The chest on the right is trapped, the one on the left is not. When you're done, follow the cliffside to the small building and go upstairs. There's some Varangians guarding the stairs, so clear them out quickly. At the top of the stairs, pull the lever to ring a bell, which calls the ship carrying the area's boss. Directly to your left is a gap in the fence that allows you to drop down. Descend carefully and into the stone room containing more Dark Dwellers, and clear out the Varangians. You'll be ambushed by a hidden shadow, but he's not particularly threatening. Walk down the hill and turn 180 degrees to be attacked by another shadow. Near where the second shadow dropped down is a small house containing Varangians and poison-filled jars. Be careful not to roll into a jar or hit one close to you as you'll be easily poisoned. You can use a long spear or throwing weapon to break the jars without being afflicted. The chest here contains a fragrant branch of yore. This off-colored wall can be smashed to reveal some items and a Titanite lizard, so be prepared to kill it. The Royal Soldier's Ring is the Dark Souls 2 equivalent of Havel's Ring from Dark Souls 1, but it's not nearly as strong. Head outside and into the house on the other end, you'll find a Varangian and a lonesome Gavlan, who sell some poison-themed items. You can pull the chain to open a shortcut here, but we'll have a better one shortly. Take the stairs down outside to find some Dark Dwellers near the dock. Clear them out, as well as the hidden Varangians. follow the dock and take a right. Knock over the drawbridge to open a path back to the first bonfire. Near this shortcut is Carhillion of the Fold, who sells sorceries. Whether you rest it or not, return to the dock and summon Lucatiel of Mira. She needs to survive the next boss in order to progress your questline. Run up to the ship and eliminate the enemies on board, otherwise Lucatiel will get stuck trying to fight them. The boss is Flexile Sentry. You have a little over 2 minutes to clear this boss before the ship fills up with water, slowing you down significantly. This isn't a hard boss, as the Sentry's combos are easy to dodge and leave it very vulnerable. Juggling the aggro between you and Lucatiel only makes this easier. Exit the boss room and climb the ladder. Be sure to pick up the Pyromancy Flame and the Fireball Pyromancy from the chest before using the navigational gizmo to move to the Lost Bastille. We're taking the fast route through Lost Bastille, which means we skip Ruined Sentinels for now. Rest at the bonfire in the cells on your left. The Flexile Sentry Soul is not required for any spells, but the Warp Sword you can make with it is a solid weapon, should you choose to use it. Remember to burn the Sublime Bone Dust we got earlier. Equip a bow and arrows now, we'll need it shortly. Clear out the 2 crossbowmen before looking over the broken parapets on your left. The blackened barrels can be blown up with fire arrows, and we'll want to clear out as many of those pesky dogs on the ground floor. Clear out as many of the enemies as possible, and then drop down carefully. When you hit the floor, another pursuer will spawn, except you have an upgraded sword this time. Same as before, strafe to your right, roll punishes combos. Some weak enemies will emerge if you didn't kill them, but if you were patient with your bow, this shouldn't have been an issue. Hidden in the side path is a chest containing an Estus Flask Shard. You can also open the path to Macduff's bonfire if you so choose. Head over to the wall where pursuers spawned and break the boards to reveal a hidden path. The bandaged hollows behind the boards and in a small room explode when aggroed, so be quick about dealing with them, or running away. The door here is the reason we needed the antiquated key. A royal swordsman will drop down from the roof above, so be sure to take care of him. Raising this well grants access to some armor, as well as some more mummified hollows to deal with. Run down to the far end of the alley and climb the ladder overseeing some crossbowmen. If you drop down too far, you can use the ladder to climb back up. This dark room has a hidden shadow clinging to the roof. The chests in here are all safe to open, so feel free to grab what's inside of them. Ignore the ladder here, it's just another way to get back to Ruined Sentinels. Instead, take the cage elevator up. There are some more mummified hollows here that will aggro shortly, so clear this room out. The room upstairs has a bonfire, but don't attack any of the enemies here, as they're not aggressive and will not attack unprovoked. Strayed of Olafis is petrified in front of the bonfire that we want. You should still have a fragrant branch to spare, even if you used one earlier in Heath's tower, so unpetrify him and rest at the bonfire. The rest of the lower floors are optional to explore. There's another fight with Pursuer through an illusory wall, which you can do for some more Twinkling Titanite. Take out this Royal Swordsman hiding behind the corner. Forlorn has a chance to spawn while you're crossing this bridge, and that's why it's a good idea to grab the bonfire near Strayed. Take out the jailer standing in the way and head into Sinner's Rise. This would be a good time to go back to Majula and level once we hit the bonfire here. Climb down and make your way down this tower using the stairs. At the very bottom is a Royal Swordsman who will emerge from around this corner, as well as a few swordsmen inside of the lower floor that will notice you. One of them will attack you directly, the rest will wait for you to get closer, so take out all of these enemies one by one before descending down the elevator. There's another Flexile Sentry in this waterway. He'll get in our way and it's better if we get rid of him. Be careful not to walk too far forward or you'll aggro the mummified hollows nearby. You can also summon Lucatiel to help, but keep in mind that she'll likely be hurt for the actual boss fight if you do this. You can also sprint past the sentry if you so desire. There is a Blossom Kite Shield. This is very good and increases stamina regeneration, so be sure to pick it up. When you summon Lucatiel, head forward and turn to your left before jumping off the top of the stairs to the other side. We do this to avoid a hollow that's in the water. Drop down at the end of the hall to a lever you can pull. Now clear out all of the hollows or go to the boss fog and pray that Lucatiel will follow you. She usually gets stuck, which is why I suggest killing the sentry and then helping her kill all of the mummified hollows. Entering the boss fog usually gets summons to rush to the door, but they could also get stuck on enemies, and the mummified hollows have a bad habit of stun-locking her. The boss of this area is Lost Sinner. This is a pretty straightforward fight between you and a lady with a big sword. Lost Sinner has a bad habit of jumping around before doing a quick combo, so be conservative with your stamina. Your basic strategy is to just roll through her attacks and then stab her once. Lucatiel drawing aggro makes this fight easier as it lets you get bigger combos off. The arena is quite dark, which means that your lock-on will fade away if she gets too far from you. As usual, Lucatiel must survive. If she dies, reset the boss by quitting out of the game and loading back in. With the boss defeated, open the big door in the chest to get some free goodies, light the primal bonfire, and return to Majula. The Lost Sinner's soul provides a whopping 25,000 souls, and is not required to transpose a spell, so you should consume it and use it to level up. Since we haven't accessed the fragrant branches, we can use them to get some Estus flask shards. You may have already gotten them, but you can start by going to No Man's Wharf and going in reverse to the aqueducts. The petrified hollow blocks the path to a flask shard. You can unpetrify him, grab the shard as well as the other extra goodies here. In Things Betwixt, we can go past the tutorial zone to a hollow blocking the fog. Clear him out to reveal the bonus zone. Carefully clear out these basilisks before knocking down the tree to get to the other side. Defeat the enemies here, and use a bow to clear out some of the other enemies down below before you take the plunge. There's a basilisk and an archer, so at the very least kill the basilisk or they will stun lock and probably petrify you. The Estus flask shard is at the bottom of this pit, so be sure to grab it before climbing out. Turn left from the fog to open the shortcut by knocking this other tree down. This next encounter is doubly optional. At the bottom of this hill to your right is a hippo man, and there's one more to your left. If they're too much to handle, you can lure them back to the shortcut bridge where there's more room to fight, and it's likely that they'll just roll off at the side. The shoreline here is another encounter with Pursuer. This fight is like any other: strafe to your right, roll, counterattack. The coffin at the waterline allows you to flip your character's sex, which is purely cosmetic. Return to the witch's shack to get a ladle from the handmaiden. You can also kill the hippo from the introduction to get a stone ring if you desire. Return to Majula and use all of the shards that we got. If you did the early trip to Brightstone, we're now going to finish that up. If you did not, go back to that part and continue from there, it's basically the same thing. Head back to Brightstone Cove Tseldora. Be sure to light a torch and do not let it go out. This means sacrificing your left hand, so switch weapons accordingly if necessary. I got invaded by Bowman Guthrie this time, because I got invaded by Forlorn earlier. Bowman Guthrie has no poise, so lure him into a safe spot and stab him to death. Proceed to the area as usual. You'll open a larger door leading to a cathedral-like area with too many spiders. Grab the souls on your right before opening the door on the left side. Clear out the Spider-Man before ascending the ladder. Carefully navigate the webs. Be careful not to fall. There's long web paths that lead you around before dropping onto the large web. Clear out the spiders and hollows before entering the boss fog. You can summon if you like, but the boss coming up is very easy. The Duke's dear Freya may look intimidating, but the strategy is very simple. Identify which head is attacking you, and sprint over to the other head. Let your stamina regenerate before poking the non-aggressive head a few times. Then, when it becomes aggressive, repeat this process and sprint to the other head. The torch in your hand will de-aggro the small spiders, making Freya the only threat in this boss fight. At this point, Freya's attacks shouldn't kill you, even with our low defenses. If you are seriously having a hard time with this fight, summon Bashful Ray in the room with the double wooden doors. They'll help a ton. When the boss is done, be sure to grab the soul at the end of the boss room, which will be glowing red. Then head into the hallway on your right side of the arena. Defeat the Duke himself, and grab some of his items before lighting the primal bonfire. Although the item looks a little different, the soul of the Duke's dear Freya still grants 25,000 souls. It is not required for transposition, so consume it and level up. Head back to Brightstone Cove Tseldora. Light a torch and sprint back to the Spider Cathedral. The door on the right can now be opened using the key we got from the Duke. Inside is Great Fireball, which we'll need, as well as a Fire Seed and the Black Knight Ultra Greatsword. Now use a Homeward Bone and head back to Majula. Back in Majula, the rotunda leading to Heide's Tower of Flame is now occupied by Lycia of Lindelt. She can open the path to Huntsman's Copse, which you should do by spending 2,000 souls. If you lack the cash, pop a soul item or go kill spiders in Brightstone, which is fairly easy with your torch. On your right, on the way through to Huntsman's Copse, is Outcast Felkin. He sells hexes. He will be important later, but for now, just light the bonfire on your left. As you move through the cave ahead, keep clear of the poison mist that appears from the butterflies. At the top of the stairs, turn around and watch out for an ambushing bandit. Take a left in this dark building and bait the bandit behind the door for breaking it, before stepping back and clearing out the 2 hollows in that room. There's another bandit behind this corner. Drop down or use the ladder around the corner. There's a bonfire just underneath and a shortcut you can open by kicking the tree over. Rest at the bonfire before continuing. There are more hollows and a sickle-wielding hollow across the bridge. Turning left from this bridge is a forlorn invasion spot, and I've always been invaded here, so I'm guessing it's 100%. You can try to avoid it by not going to the left side, but eventually you will run into him. Follow the cliff wall and go to your right. There are some bandits hanging around here that will ambush you later if you don't take care of them. Pull the lever in the stone hut to lower the bridge and aggro the bandits nearby. You can take them out one by one as they approach the hut, using the door of the hut to keep them in single file. Ignore the bridge for now and drop down onto the stone hut just off of the small cliff. In here is a Cyan Knight and a Sublime Bone Dust, as well as Soul Spear. Unfortunately, this tunnel drops off directly into the area where Forlorn spawns, so be prepared for him. Return to where we were earlier and cross the large bridge before taking a left across a smaller bridge. There are a number of bandits along this cliffside, so be careful to take them out without falling off of the cliff. Take a left up the hill to a small plateau where you'll be invaded by merciless Rowena. She's pretty easy to parry her one-handed scythe slashes. Or to just break her poise. On the ground is a key you should pick up. Go back the way you came and open the locked door to the stone hut which has a bonfire and Creighton the Wanderer. Be sure to talk to Creighton as he has a gesture you'll want to get. You can choose to rest at the bonfire or not depending on if you feel like clearing out those bandits again. Go back to the hill where Merciless Rowena was and leap from the left side down to the ground below. This is important to remember as it's an easy way to avoid an ambush that's below this point. Go past the waterfall. To your left is the boss, to your right is a shortcut. The skeletons in this first room will revive unless you kill the necromancer, who is also guarding the combustion pyromancy. At the end of this first cave is a Titanite lizard that you can take down, as well as an Estus flask shard next to him. Open the shortcut using the chain on the wall, and you can go back to clear out the remaining skeletons and necromancer on the way to the bonfire from earlier. When you're ready, head to the boss fog and take on Skeleton Lords. There are 3 lords in front of you. Defeating each lord spawns a wave of skeletons, which include normal skeletons, warrior skeletons, and pinwheel skeletons. Their basic attacks include launching pyromancies at you and swinging around their bone halberds. This fight is extremely simple. Just eliminate each lord one at a time, then clear out the wave of skeletons before moving on to the next lord. There is a lot of room for you to lure the skeletons out behind cover so you not get hit by their spells. Continue on after beating the boss. Feel free to talk to Stone Trader Cloanne before grabbing the bonfire past the poison pit nearby. You can now return to Majula to level up before going back to Huntsman's Copse. The Skeleton Lord's soul can be safely consumed, but the Roaring Halberd is a pretty cool weapon. From the bonfire that Creighton was at, cross the bridge again but turn left to drop down to a smaller bridge. This area has some unique torturer enemies with weapons glowing with darkness and you should be careful about aggroing them. There's a notched whip here if you want to get it, but otherwise climb the hill just ahead of you. As you turn the corner, stop and begin walking slowly. There are multiple torturers that will jump down and start fighting you, and if you step too far ahead, you'll aggro multiple at a time, which is way harder than fighting one of them. There's a lot of them, so just take baby steps forwards once you beat each one by one. The last one drops down as you pass by him onto the bridge, so turn around and beat his ass once he does. Carefully cross the wooden bridge. There are gaps in the planks that you can fall down and you'll usually die if that happens. At the end of the bridge is a jump to the right side to grab a fire seed. Then jump back onto the bridge and take out the phantom guarding the fog. His slow attacks make him easy to backstab. The boss up ahead is the Executioner's Chariot, and there's a lot that's going to happen. The gist of the boss fight is to move through the arena, which is a big circle, rolling or avoiding the chariot's spiked wheels, before pulling a lever at the end, which will stop the chariot and allow you to fight it normally. Normally, you'd want to kill the necromancers in the left and right cubbies to prevent the skeletons in the arena from getting in the way, but you can't ignore the first necromancer as he's pretty far away from where you will fight the boss. You can also use alluring skulls to keep the skeletons away. The chariot itself is pretty easy to fight. Just be careful about standing behind it to avoid being kicked in the face. You'll also want to be aware of its dashing attack, which has a slight delay. You'll want to watch the head of the chariot nudge once before it actually lunges towards you, which is when you should roll. The best attack to take advantage of is this dark breath that the chariot can spew. It leaves the chariot vulnerable from both its sides and behind. There is an alternative way to beat the chariot by striking it with projectiles from the side while it's still running around the arena. If you manage to deal enough damage this way, the chariot will eventually fail to jump across the pit near the start/end of the arena, leaving it open for a finishing blow. Once the chariot is dead, head towards the exit on the other side of the pit from where you started. At the top of this coliseum is Tichy Gren, who belongs to the Brotherhood of Blood Covenant. If you have a token of spite, you can be invited into the Covenant for another achievement, but it's likely that you won't have one right now. Light the bonfire and walk outside of the coliseum the same way you came in. You can grab all of the items here that were baiting you to be run over during the boss fight. Cross the wooden plank bridge that we came in on and look below you. You should spot a shiny item on a broken pillar near the far end of the bridge. Drop down carefully and grab it. It's a token of fidelity, which is what you need to be invited into the Blue Sentinel's Covenant. After grabbing the token, you can Hobart Bone away or jump across into the cave nearby. You can jump down to the bottom of this pit to kill a giant basilisk, which is not as dangerous as it may seem. Just be sure to kill all of the poison moths beforehand. You can then grab Ricard's rapier before leaving the area. When you return to Majula, the chariot's soul is safe to consume when you go back to level up. Following Skeleton Lords is Harvest Valley. There's a fair amount to do here despite how short the area really is. Take a second to pause after dipping into the poison pond, which should be a reminder of how the poison mechanics work here. The giant hollows can throw extremely damaging dark orbs, which should be avoided at all costs. The poison here is annoying, but there are a lot of items to grab in a nearby bonfire. If you do not care for the upgrade materials, then you can safely ignore most of the items in this first pit, but there is a fragrant branch and a fire seed in the cave nearby which you may want to have. You can also find a Gavlan here, but his wheels and deals aren't particularly interesting other than maybe the poison moss. If you used a lot of Estus to grab those items, head back and restock before continuing the normal path on the left side. This valley-like area has two desert sorceresses. The sorceresses have an array of pyromancies and a few melee attacks. I generally opt to shoot them to death with arrows if there's little room to run around them. Otherwise, you can lock onto them and sprint around them to bait out their lingering flame attack, which is their most dangerous pyromancy, and then stab them after you circle around them. Pull the lever at the top of the far ladder to open the way forward. There's a bonfire just right around the corner. The area ahead has 3 Titanite lizards, which you can take the time to kill as the bonfire is just nearby. Take the path on your right to proceed. This is a second poison gas pit, and there's some good items here that we'd like to get. There's also a lot of dangerous enemies here. If you want, you can take the giants with projectiles, but I like to live life on the edge, and the bonfire is very close anyways. The most important item here is the Chameleon spell, which can only be gotten here. There's also another Titanite slab. When you're done in the poison mist, take a far right to head into the tower entrance to Earthen Peak. A mannequin will drop down and fight you, but carefully take it out. The hammer hollow will smash the poison pots and damage itself, so just move carefully to defeat it. The poison here is obnoxious, but not enough to deter us. Take a hard right outside of this exit to find a mannequin that you should bait backwards to kill. Then take the plunge into the poison and turn right to find Lucatiel. Talk to her, this will enable her summon for the Smelter Demon fight later. Take the long way around and pass around to the front entrance to another side passage to the Heirs of Sunlight Covenant. It has a gesture which you should also grab as well. Now head to the front entrance of the windmill and actually go inside this time. There's more hammer hollows which you should take up by baiting backwards into the poison pots. There's another sorceress at the top of the stairs that you can either snipe or sprint towards. The items here aren't particularly important or valuable, and can be ignored if you so choose. Just be aware of this mannequin hiding behind the corner, and the fact that the chest in the side room is trapped with poison gas. Covetous Demon is one of Dark Souls 2's easiest bosses. Just stay to his side and wait for him to attack before going in. With a plus 10 weapon, this fight should be over extremely quickly. If you need any more help than that, then I'm sorry, but I don't know how you got this far to begin with. Feel free to head back to Majula now and prepare for Earthen Peak. This is again a short area, but there are some side paths with important items. You can take out this mannequin guarding an optional chest, but this isn't important. There's just a pike in that chest, and no, not the fish pike. Heading up the stairs leads to another mannequin waiting in ambush and a hammer hollow, both of which are pretty easy to take out. This short bridge has some archer mannequins that you can snipe in advance. Otherwise, you'll have to use the spinning wheel to block their shots. A grave warden is holding the line on the bridge, but you can cut through him pretty easily. The path on your right leads to a chest that we saw earlier with the pike. As you head towards the ladder on the left side of the room, up to 2 mannequin can drop down and begin fighting you. They will toss poison knives at you, which you should make an effort to dodge. Then take out the grave warden at the top of the ladder guarding the windmill. Open the fog wall to reveal a bonfire. Light a torch at the bonfire, but don't rest at it. Use the torch to burn the windmill that the warden was guarding. This will drain the poison pawns throughout the level and make the boss much easier. Rest at the bonfire now, and head up the stairs. A mannequin will attempt to stop you, but you should sprint past him and into the open door on your right before the other mannequin can close the gate. Then clear out all of the mannequins here one by one. Hang a left on the edge here to find Laddersmith Gilligan. Feel free to buy his ladder services and shop his wares. If you can buy his ladder miniature now if you can afford it, and grab his gesture. Gilligan should be the last NPC to move into town if you had the stats to move Carhillion into town. Unfortunately for Malin, he doesn't count and can be safely killed at the start of the game. I also don't think Lissia counts either, but for now, she needs to be alive. In the room with the wooden floor, 2 mannequins will drop down and spook you. Carefully defeat them as they can really mess you up. Then head up the ladder and clear the warden in his hallway. Another mannequin will drop down as you turn right. Be careful with him. Drop down the side here and open the door to find Pate. Open the chest first. It has a great heavy soul arrow, then drop down to find Lightning Spear. There's a few places that you can get these, but this one is free and easy. Drop down once more to find yourself near the chest with the pike. Make your way back up the same path you did before. You can climb up the ladder you skipped earlier. Be careful about the pressure plate nearby. This upper floor has 2 mannequins waiting in ambush. You can snipe them from below or bait out their jumps. Taking a right from the ladder, you can find a sorceress across this axle-like pit. Snipe the sorceress and carefully jump over. If you miss the jump, you'll be on the floor below where you can take the stairs where we killed that warden up here again. Another sorceress guards this chest, who you should snipe. Talk to Pate here. If you summoned him once, he'll give you some sweet gear, but don't worry if you didn't. Go back to the mannequin ambush central and take the other path. At the end of this hallway is a shadow hanging from the roof and a sorceress on your right. You should rush down the shadow before dealing with the sorceress. You can snipe her or sprint around her to bait out that lingering flame before stabbing her. Now head up the stairs. On your first right is a room with a mimic. This isn't important, but you can kill it for a work hook. The mimic will likely poison itself on the pots in the room if you hit it and run away, which deals a lot of damage. At the top of the stairs are 2 illusory walls, containing a bonfire and a petrified something. Be sure to hit up that bonfire before heading back down. Be careful to clear out the Shadow and the Sorceress again before summoning Jester Thomas. This is not a mandatory summon, but Thomas makes the upcoming boss so easy you might as well. Carefully clear out the Grave Wardens before entering the boss fight. Mitha, the Baneful Queen, has a number of strong attacks to watch out for. Be mindful of her head toss, which explodes, and then she leaps towards her head to grab it. The main mechanic of this boss, the Poison Pond healing Mitha, has been mostly negated by us burning the windmill. Thomas will deal a ton of damage and serve as an important distraction. Mitha will mostly stab and slash at you and can even grab you, but this shouldn't be too hard with Thomas helping. If you're having serious trouble with this boss, you can try using charcoal pine resin, as Mitha is weak to fire. After the extremely long and nonsensical elevator, turn left down the stairs to find the first bonfire. You may opt to burn an effigy at this bonfire to deter any invasions in this area if you don't plan on summoning. Head back to Majula now to level and restock. Both the Covetous Demon and Mitha's souls are safe to consume, although you may find the toxic effect on Mitha's Bent Blade to be useful for some bosses. Iron Keep has a large number of heavily armored enemies, so you may want to consider upgrading a striking weapon like a mace, and you'll want to make sure to have some arrows on hand. As you approach the door at the start of the keep, you will be invaded. Armorer Dennis is a caster with a shield, and Fencer Sharon is power stancing a curved sword and a straight sword. One of either invaders will spawn in this area until they are defeated once. You can easily get behind Dennis to backstab him, but most people will have trouble with Sharon, who you can try to parry or blast with projectiles. As you enter this room, stay behind the pillar in front of you while the first Alone Knight drops down to your level. As you head down the hallway to your right, you will find another Alone Knight and Majorald, a merchant who will be important later. Head up the stairs to take out another knight. In this corner of the room is an illusory wall, and another wall in the room with the ballista. You can use the ballista to shoot the knight behind the other illusory wall. The 20 fire arrows in this room will also be useful. A knight will enter this room once you pass by the door. The area ahead has a lot of knights, and you can bait most of them back into this room to avoid being shot at. Up ahead, you can choose to use these support beams as cover to the archery on your right. Up to 3 knights will approach in this first section, so do not go too far or the archer on the end of this room will activate and begin pelting you. Drop down to your right and pull the lever to drop half of the bridge down. You can head down to the far end of this room and drop down to grab some items before climbing up the ladder and taking out the Alone Knight Captain. Head back to the bridge that we dropped. A knight is standing behind the archer, so you may want to lure him away. Turn to your right and use arrows to eliminate the 2 knights standing on the high ground. You can also chip away at the knight below you. Drop down and eliminate the captains on both sides, and then summon Lucatiel. Smelter Demon is a simple boss fight that attacks with sword swings and leaping stabs. Almost every attack from Smelter Demon is signaled by a loud roar and a slight delay. You should carefully watch the boss and get a feel for his attack timings. Lucatiel will do a good job at distracting it, but you can't let her die for being so aggressive, even when it starts immolating you. The trickiest attack is the plunging attack, which will either be followed by a Wrath of the Gods explosion or nothing at all, so keep your distance. Hopefully, you get to beat Smelter Demon with Lucatiel on the first try, because no one wants to do that corpse run. Head up the stairs and hit up the bonfire. You can rest here and return to Majula if you want. Return to the arena where Smelter Demon was to encounter another pursuer. This one has a lot of health, but will drop a Ring of Blades +1 when it dies, which is nice to have for such an easy boss. Just remember to strafe to the right. Proceeding with the level, clear out the Alone Knights as they approach you. This one Ironclad will try to knock a hole out of the bridge, which you should try to stop him by dashing past him, but if he does break it, just jump over the hole. In the next room, a knight will drop down from above as you enter, and you should take him out. Then open the door to your side and use a Ferrous Lockstone to open the pathway. This leads to Belfry's Soul, which we'll be going to later. Pull the lever on the side of the room to drop the platforms into the lava, then pull the lever again to raise them back up. We can't do much on the left pathway, so just proceed forward. Those buttons on the sides of these platforms cause the platforms to drop down, so avoid them if possible. There's some Ironclad soldiers and Alone Knights, so take them out one by one as you pass through here. Pass through the fog wall and head down the stairs to take out a knight. Then turn around and take out the other knight that drops down to try and sneak up on you. As you proceed, take out the first Ironclad here and then pull the switch to make the guillotine rise, and then cross it before it drops down on you. There's another Ironclad after you turn the corner, so try not to be afraid of rolling since there's not a lot of room to back away from him. Climb the ladders in the central tower while avoiding the fire to get to the last bonfire here. Don't forget to pull the lever next to the bonfire, which turns off all of the fire in the level. Finally, drop down the rooftops to the lower level and enter the boss fog. For the old Iron King, I tend to stay on the left side of the arena and bait attacks from him to deal damage. You can also hide near the exit door of the arena on the right side and wait for his laser attack, which is usually safe to punish, but is extremely boring to do. People often complain about the pit in the back side of the arena. The best way to avoid it is to just not stand in front of it. Between the door that you enter from and where the Iron King stands is a pretty good spot since any knockbacks won't send you down that pit. Once the boss is dead, open the chest for some free goodies before heading back to Majula. The soul of the Smelter Demon and the Iron King are both safe to consume. Now head back to the start of Iron Keep. There's something we need to get here. You can grab the Iron Key in the first room, then head back to the Forest of Fallen Giants. The Iron Key you picked up opens the side door that you saw before Last Giant, so open it up and navigate to the Salamanders to get the heavy Iron Key at the back of the cave. These enemies are pretty resilient and have some annoying attacks, but you can avoid the worst of it by sticking to the sides of their head. Don't go up the entranceway ramp, as the salamander that's up there is near impossible to avoid. If you have the cat ring, alternatively you can drop down from the ladder side onto the rubble near the side of the room. You'll still have to deal with the salamanders, but you can do this earlier and grab the fire-resisting ring from the chest here to help you with the salamanders. You absolutely don't need to grab anything here except the heavy iron key, so continue at your own discretion and leave when you're ready. Now head back to Iron Keep one more time. We're going to take a quick visit into the DLC to grab the Dexterity Ring if you choose to use it. This is optional. Simply head past the Primal Bonfire you lit in the boss area to reach the portal to the Old Iron King DLC. Just head forward and follow the pathways until you reach the first bonfire, making sure to grab the smelter wedges along the way. As you reach the first Ashen Idol, smash it and grab the soul before taking the left down the stairs to grab the Dexterity Ring. After you've done this, return to Majula. If you haven't bought the cat ring by now, you'll want to go and get it because we'll need it. You can get some other equipment to reduce falling damage, but provided you have a little over 28 vigor, or the cat ring, you should be able to survive the fall down the pit. Take off everything you have except the cat ring and begin carefully dropping down. Start on the side where Gilligan sits, then down to your right. Drop right down to where the item was. Now just move directly towards the opening without walking or sprinting, just running. This should lead you directly to Grave of Saints, which has some stuff for us. Put all your stuff back on and grab the next bonfire. The Grave of Saints is related to a certain rat covenant, and you can be pulled into an invasion as a grey spirit. If this happens, don't worry, as you don't lose anything if you die during this event, since you are considered the invader. This round area has a few items, but nothing too important. Rats will pour out as you move around this area, so keep an eye on them. Use a Pharos Lockstone on this bridge to lower it, which will lead you to the Whisper of Despair Hex. This hex is pretty useful, as it makes enemies hit by it take more damage, which can be nice when you have summons around, which make bosses more tanky. Now head out and move down the path to find a ladder. There's no important items on the second floor, and you'll be invaded by Dor the Explorer if you're playing offline. I was online, which is why he didn't show up, but Roy has almost no poise and can be easily staggered by just about any weapon. Light the second bonfire and head into the boss fog. The Royal Rat Vanguard won't show his face until enough of the other rats are dead, so lead them around the arena and whittle them down one by one. The rats themselves aren't very intimidating, but they can petrify you if you let them gang up on you and hit you a bunch of times, so try not to let that happen. Once the big rat spawns, look for his distinctive big hair and blast his ass to the next dimension to become the next giant rat. Continue forward and use the rat tail you got to get the prompt to join the Ratkin Covenant. Do not eat the Rat Vanguard soul, we will need it for a spell and this boss is optional. The lizard on the bridge below isn't required, but it does drop a Dark Knight Stone for dark infusions, which will be very useful. In the water below, be careful as several fire mummies will run out at you, so take them out one by one. Make sure to grab the Great Heal Miracle in this water pit. The opposite passageway has a cyanite and some sublime bone dust, so be sure to grab that before you continue on. Now carefully drop down here. Be sure to keep your cat on if you make the mistake that I do and almost die from falling down too far. Grab the Token of Spite in the chest before continuing down the path forward. Carefully drop down onto the wooden structure below to fall down twice onto a bonfire. The gutter is very dark, and if you light every brazier in the level, you can get the Black Witch armor set with a different headpiece. This isn't mandatory by any means, but I'll be showing it off anyways. You'll still want to light a torch regardless. The first brazier is near the bonfire. Cross the bridge and stay on the edge to avoid falling down the trap floor. There's a brazier on the corner. Take out the Army of Hollows and cross the bridge. There's another brazier dead ahead. Turn right and cross these bridges. There's another brazier on the end of the scaffolding you're on. Drop down. The oil patches hide a black hand, which you should eliminate. There's a brazier on this island. Then take a left and drop down the cliffside, clearing out the hollows at the bottom of the scaffolding. There are 2 mummies in there, so be careful. There's a brazier at the bottom of the scaffolding that's easy to miss. Then climb up the ladder to light another brazier. As you jump across to this chest, you'll be invaded by Melinda the Butcher. She has absolutely no poise, so just smack her booty and she'll die. There's another brazier here too, so light it before you forget when Melinda shows up. Drop from the chest onto the middle of the scaffolds. This chest is a mimic. When you're all done, drop down onto the island with the oil pools and follow the cliff to your left and drop down. This pathway leads back to the start of the level, but there's also a brazier to light on the way. From the start of the level, drop down the trap hole at the first scaffolding. There are some hollows here to clear out. Leap across from the corner of here to a platform with a lot of braziers to light. Climb the ladder. There's another brazier to light here, and a locked door containing Havel's set, which you can come back for later if you so desire. Drop down and light 2 more braziers. Drop down another hole and cross into the next building. There's a dark pyromancy flame here hidden behind the pots, but it's pretty useless. These large pots contain equipment-breaking acid, so be careful when rolling or attacking them. The skinned dog here is pretty annoying to deal with. If you have to put away the torch to deal with it, light your torch again using a flame butterfly. Light the brazier here by the ladder and climb up. There's another brazier here, and climb up another ladder. Light a third brazier and grab the items nearby before finally dropping down. There are 3 braziers to light here before crossing the rope bridge to another brazier. Climb up and light another brazier. Now from this platform, you'll want to drop down between here and the nearby building. There's a brazier on the bottom floor here. Hop down the hole in the wall to find another brazier. Drop down onto the cliffside to light another brazier and grab some armor. Climb the ladder next to the Heide Knight, don't ask why he's here, and grab the Estus Flask shard at the top and light one more brazier. Climb up and use the zipline to slide across the entire level. You'll drop down right next to another brazier. The hole in the floor will take you backwards a little, or you can drop down near the triplet of braziers. Cross the bridges this time, fight off the skinned dog, and light another brazier here. I missed this one like an idiot, so be sure not to miss it even though I'm not showing it on video. There's another brazier up on the ladder, then cross the bridge. Walk across the edges of the platform to avoid falling down another trap hole. Light the brazier before crossing the bridge, 2 more braziers, then the cave opens and then 2 more braziers. Finally, drop down near the fog wall. There are 2 more braziers by the cave entrance and then light 2 more by the fog wall. Enter the fog and break the wall on the far end of the room to open a pathway to a hidden bonfire. Light 1 brazier on this side, and then continue past the corner. We will need to make this jump if you want to light the brazier on the other side. You'll definitely want to smash the poison-spitting statues before making the jump. Look for the ladder in the corner of the main room with 2 pots covering it. Head down and grab the item before jumping across to light another brazier. You can wait here for the hollows at the bottom to climb up, or just drop down one of the ladders on the sides. The bottom floor has a lot of enemies that you should carefully clear out. There's a pot here with dark fog in it, so be sure to grab that while you're here. The bottom of this cave has another brazier. Climb the ladder with the 20 life gems next to it to find another brazier. Climb the ladder on your left to find another brazier. There are 4 braziers in total in this final area, and if you did all of this properly, when you make it halfway down the ladders, you'll be invaded by the Gutter Denizen. The Gutter Denizen is a mage with low poise, so you can stay on top of the platforms and just try and push him over or fight him on even footing. Once they're dead, they'll drop the Black Witch set, which is very aesthetic and has a unique veil. Regardless of if you did all of that, shatter the pots on the side of the bottom and drop down for a free Frigid Branch of Yore and entrance to Black Gulch. Enter the fog wall and turn left for the bonfire. Head back to Majula if you need to, and press forward. I haven't been mentioning it, but we're going to be dealing with a lot of poison-spitting statues. The best way to deal with them is to just hit them, but you'll want to use a torch or your bare fists as this drains your weapon's durability. Creep forward and slowly smash all of the poison statues along the way. They won't respawn unless you reload the area, which shouldn't happen since resting at bonfires doesn't make them come back. Hang a left and break all of the statues. Enter the cave to find Great Magic Weapon. Black hands will emerge from the oil pools, so be ready to take them out as they appear. Backtrack a tiny bit and start breaking the statues on your right side. Following the cliff's edge, look for a ledge off the cliff's side and drop down. You'll find Lucatiel in the hidden cave here, and you'll need to talk to her. Drop down and keep breaking statues. You can be invaded by Forlorn here, so be thankful you broke the statues before he shows up. As you approach the piles of pots ahead, worms will come out from the holes on the left side. Just wait for them to attack and then stab them while they're recovering. They have very long animations. Grab scraps of life from the pots and be ready for another invasion. You will be invaded by one of two woodland children. They will both spawn until they're both killed off. They have weak poise but a strong weapon and shield, so try and bait them backwards into a safer space before you fight them. Hang a right after the invaders are dealt with to find a petrified hollow blocking the way. Get rid of him and light a bonfire behind him. If you spoke to Lucatiel, her summon sign will be here. You may want to deal with the second invader before dropping down the cliff once again to find a locked door. From here, turn so the wall is on your left and drop down to the wall that totally doesn't look like a floor before reaching rock bottom. In this large room are two giants, 3 if you're on New Game Plus. You'll likely want to hide in one of the smaller rooms and poison them with magic or knives if you can, as fighting them toe-to-toe is very annoying. You'll want to try and desynchronize their movements, or just tank the hits and pray to God. This fight is way easier with just one of them, so rush at least one of them down and the fight becomes much easier. Defeating all of these giants grants you the Forgotten Key, which opens those locked doors that we've been seeing, as well as the Soul of a Giant, which we'll need for later. Grab any of the items around and take the cage elevator upwards to where we were. Go back to the bonfire and grab Lucatiel before going to the boss fog, clearing out any poison statues on the way first so she doesn't get poisoned. The Rotten mostly attacks by swinging its cleaver and punching around. The big attack to watch out for are its AoE explosions, which have a long and obvious Q but should be avoided entirely or blocked since the timing to roll is hard to guess. Other than that, this fight is very easy, especially with Lucatiel playing bait. But she will take a ton of damage and the fire around the arena will hurt you a lot, so be sure to do this fight quickly before Lucatiel gets pounded into the ground like a nail. Once the Rotten is dead, head forward into the cave and turn right for some freebies. Then head towards the Primal Bonfire. If this is the last of the 4 Great Lords for you, Aldia will come and talk to you. This isn't important, so just ignore him, really. The Soul of the Rotten is safe to consume, so head back and level. We are ready for Drang Lake Castle, but in case you missed it, be sure to purchase Flash Sweat from Rosabeth and attune it so we can go back to Iron Keep. Head back to the bonfire next to the Smelter Demon and proceed into the room with the many platforms. Take the left pathway that we ignored last time. Clear out the Alone Knights shooting you and equip as much fire resistance as possible. Use Flash Sweat and pop any life gems you need to cross the magma. Open the chest at the end and grab Chaos Storm and the Fire Seed. Once you're done with all of this, take the bonfire back and head to Ruined Forked Road. Take the leftmost fork from the Ruined Forked Road bonfire. There's a few falconers wandering around here, one archer on your left as well. After this first group, there's another group of an archer and the 2 swordsmen. Lure them away from the archer and take them down, or rush them all down. The pathway to your right has an invisible hunter and a forest grotesque. You can ignore them if you want and just run up the hill, or take them down and grab the items here. At the top of the hill is the Shrine of Winter. This place is a teleporter to the Ivory King DLC, but we can't go there yet. There's a free Soul of a Hero on the right way. Then, take the left path and avoid the invisible hunters to enter a long dark tunnel to find Drang Lake Castle. There are 3 Royal Swordsmen to take out at the top of these stairs. Continue up to the top and find a Titanite Lizard and the Emerald Herald. Try to take up the lizard if you can, and proceed across the bridge. The 2 Mastodons will come alive when you draw near them, so try to desynchronize them or just run past them. To open the main doors, you'll need to kill enemies near the giant statues on the sides here. The archer on the left is already in position, so just run up to him and take him out. For the one on the right, lure an enemy closer to the statue and kill it. A lot of hollows will come out from hiding here to provide you more opportunities if you somehow screw it up. On the right side of the entrance is a chest with great combustion and a fire seed, so be sure to get that. Once the door is open, head inside and talk to Chancellor Welliger. He'll be important to us later, but for now, you can have a chat with him and buy some items. Don't bother with the bracing knuckle ring, as there's a better free version of it you can get later on. Take the left side path to find a Cyan Knight guarding a door to a chest with the last sublime bone dust in the game, assuming you haven't missed any. You can avoid the enemies in this hall by just exiting the way you came and going in the right side entrance instead. Open the door being blocked and kill the swordsman posing as a statue here. Climb down the ladder and open the doors to find a bonfire here. The room next door has many statues and doors that can be opened permanently by killing enemies near them. The important doors are the first door on your right, which is the way forward, and the farthest door on your left, which has a hole leading to the third and final location for the Pilgrims of the Abyss Covenant. All of the doors, minus the way forward, contain ruined sentinels, which shouldn't be too difficult at this point, but opening those other doors is not recommended. Drop down the pit and light the bonfire before talking to Dark Diver Grandol, and then warp back to the bonfire we just lit earlier. Now take the door to the right and grab some items, including the Frozen Flower, which is the DLC key used to enter the Ivory King DLC level. As you climb the stairs, you'll be attacked by enemies disguised as statues, who you should take out as soon as you can while they're still in their transforming animation. The acid pit next to this area does not contain any important items and will quickly destroy any gear you have equipped, so it can be safely ignored. The room with the masks on the wall contains a chest. It can be safely ignored as it will activate the dart traps in this room. More statues will come to life in the next room, and you can pass into the next hallway to be invaded by Lycia of Lindelt. Avoid letting her sneak up on you and you can take her down, as she can be parried and has low poise. After the invasion, look for a ladder to the side of the stairways leading upwards. Climb down and open an illusory wall to gain access to a hidden bonfire. After you light it, drop down further to find the Hunter's Black Bow, which is the best dexterity bow in the game. Climb back up the ladders and move forward to find the first boss of the area. Double Dragonrider is not particularly difficult, but it can be annoying as one of them will be pelting you with arrows from above. However, with a plus 10 rapier, the Dragonrider still takes an enormous amount of damage and will trivialize the fight even though there's 2 of them. And also the second Dragonrider has significantly less health than the first one, making him easy to pick off once he falls down. If you are having trouble with this fight, you can summon Pilgrim Belclair, who will cast magic to take the aggro off of you, and probably kill one of the Dragonriders on her own, to be fair. Continue forward after the boss to find Benhart sitting down by the bonfires, talk to him and he will be summonable for the next boss. Light the bonfire and return to Majula at your own discretion. The second half of Drangleic Castle is quite short. As usual, the Dragonrider soul is safe to consume, and remember to burn the Sublime Bone Dust if you haven't already. Take the pathway on your left to find an elevator shaft with the ladder on your right. Snake Eater, climb up the ladder and find another statue requiring souls for fuel. The door to your right is guarded by a ghost that you should kill off, and then the room ahead has 2 mannequins with claws. I typically recommend you kill off one of them as soon as possible as they can stun lock you in a pair. Then lure the second one back to the statue and kill it safely to activate it. This will pull down the elevator from the main room. Open all of the chests in this room. You can summon Sellsword loot if you're having trouble with the chariot in the next room. Speaking of, there's a lone executioner's chariot in the next room that you'll want to kill off. Just stay to its side and avoid being rear-kicked in its butt, and you'll get Gower's Ring of Protection. Climb the stairs and take out the old Drake Keepers. There's 3 of them in total. There's also 2 chests at the top of the stairs on both sides. Turning left is a Mimic with a washing pull in it. Turning right is a normal chest with a Firestorm Pyromancy in it. Continuing forward, this outdoor section has a door leading downwards and a ladder on the right. Open the door down the stairs to find 2 desert sorceresses. Be careful in taking them out, as their lingering flames are actually difficult to avoid without careful and bold sprinting. You can snipe the closer one with a bow if you're finding this to be too difficult, but I had Flash Sweat attuned, which made this a lot easier. Open the door using the lever nearby, and then open the chest to get an Estus Flask Shard. The top of the ladder is mostly pointless, containing a single Belfry Gargoyle and an Alone Captain, which I have no idea why any of these are in Drangleic Castle to begin with. Continue forward to find yourself back at the bonfire. Feel free to recuperate before going back up to the elevator and riding it up. Open up all of the chests at the top and get the key to the King's Passage, a Fire Seed, a Soul Vessel, and Strong Magic Shield. Now take the elevator back down and proceed to the door just past the elevator. This hallway contains unique stone soldiers. You can take out some of the knights by sprinting at them early and smacking them before they can get up. This prevents them from getting to full strength, but they won't drop items this way, not that you really cared, but they can drop Titanite slabs if you wanted them. There are a lot of these stone soldiers, so I recommend rushing down the first 2 as fast as you can before dealing with the last 2. Grab all of the items hidden on the sides and then summon Benhart of Yugo for the boss coming up. Looking Glass Knight, or Mirror Knight, is one of the more visually impressive bosses. The gimmick here is twofold. The Mirror Knight's shield is always active and can block hits constantly, so you'll need to position your scythe on his right or on his backside to get clean hits in. In addition to this, Mirror Knight will attempt to summon a human invader or a generic NPC human when he gets around half health. If you are online, pray to God that you don't get a human invader. As you proceed forward, take a sharp left turn behind the elevator to grab a chest containing Spell Quartz Ring plus 2. We are going to need it for the next area, as well as the only copy of the sorcery Soul Bolt. Now take the elevator down and walk forward to hit a bonfire. Return to Majula. The Mirror Knight soul is safe to consume. If you have the ability to use the miracle Magic Barrier, I recommend attuning it now. Starting at the bonfire, climb down some of the tower stairs. This doorway on the side is completely pointless, so clear it out at your own leisure for some extra items. The golden sparkles over the ground and water indicate enemies that are being subdued by the singing in the area. Not all of the enemies are like this, but you can use this to your advantage to identify these enemies and clear them out. Now clear out the Archdragon Knight, and get used to his moveset. He's pretty tough, but he can be poise broken with strong attacks with a rapier, which is very useful. Pass through the house in the middle to take out 3 more Archdrakes in the next section. The cave on the side has multiple enemies guarding a Twinkling Titanite, so take them out if you so desire. Pass through the fog and enter the ruined building on your right to find the bonfire. Equip the Spell Quartz Ring +2 and brace for impact. This is the infamous part of Shrine of Amana, but the key is to clear out each of the upcoming mages one by one while using sound effects to know when to roll away. Start with the mage on your left, before moving to your right and taking out the mage on the other path. Now go back to the path on the left, take out the hollow on the left side of the broken pillar, using it as cover. Then rush down the path to take out another mage. Now rush forward and take out the other mage on the far end and one more behind her. Now turn 90 degrees to your right and take out another mage, grabbing the fire seed as well. Go backwards and continue along, using the exposed ground as a guide to move forward, taking out some hollows on the way before reaching the next mage and the one behind her as well. Now turn 180 degrees and take out the mage in the water ahead. She's standing near a cliff, so don't run past her. Turn left to find the hippo enemy likely coming over to smash you. Take him out by baiting his attacks and punishing him accordingly. Now follow the pillars in the water behind where the hippo came from. Watch the ground carefully as the path bottoms out on the left side of one of the pillars. The pillars themselves act as good cover from the mages, so clear out all the enemies and grab Sunlight Blade and the last available Estus Flask Shard, chronologically speaking. If you didn't skip any of them, then this one is just extra, but the Sunlight Blade is nice to have if you don't want to buy it from Strayed. Carefully walk back to where we came from. You can hug the left side of the cliff to bait one of the Archdrakes forward. The cave on the left covered in roots is completely optional and contains the Singer's Dress. Continue forward and take out the Archdrakes blocking the way by baiting them backwards one by one. The last 2 have a healer with them, but you can easily burst them down. Once the coast is clear and no casters are blasting you, follow the cliff's edge to the water to find a chest containing Fire Tempest, which we need. Finally, enter the fog wall. The bugs on the ground spit acid which break your gear, so rush them down quickly or attack them at range. The next area is both an invasion hotspot and the hardest part of the level, so be sure to rest at a bonfire. You can summon Felicia the Brave in this area who will assist greatly with the upcoming encounter, but she is useless against the boss. Clear out the giant acid bugs with projectiles before confronting the large group ahead. I recommend clearing out the mage on your right before pulling the knights from the center using a bow. You could honestly kill everything here with a bow if you really wanted to. Avoid getting too close to the caster on your left side, as going near there will prompt an invasion from Peculiar Kindler, who is a caster. Unfortunately for him, he has no poise, and our rings should give us pretty high magic resist, so rush him down, bait out a roll, and smash him in. Just watch out for his Dark Beat attack, which can one-shot you at close range. Once all is said and done, grab the item from the sides of the pillars for Homing Crystal Soul Mass. Now proceed forward and optionally talk to the Milfanito to move her away. This questline is completely optional. The boss of the area is the Seaman of Dong, a giant frog. This is very simple. Stay close to the boss when it opens its protective face skin and run away when it attacks. Then, during its recovery period, run in and stab it to death. Do not let it stay too far from you or it will spray water projectiles at you that are nigh unavoidable. This should not be a difficult boss fight. Once you've made that toad croak, move forward and clear out the cyanite blocking the door forward, and take the elevator down to the Undead Crypt. The Undead Crypt is potentially even more annoying than Shrine of Amana if you don't know what you're doing. Light the bonfire to be greeted by Aldia, Scholar of the First Sin. He's gonna blabber on about something. No, the dialogue choice does not matter at all, so just pick whatever floats your boat. Now return to Majula once he's done chit-chatting. You can use the Seaman of Dong's soul. You can also take off that spell Quartz Ring. The stairway forwards leads to two Cyan Knights. Behind them is a Torch Hollow and a Door Shield. All of these enemies should be taken out, although you can ignore one of the two Cyan Knights if you choose. The area ahead has two Black Ladia Witches. You should rush them down, and while their Dark Affinity projectiles aren't super threatening, they can easily poison you with Dark Fog. Fun fact, they can also drop their staves, which means you don't have to do the song and dance in Aldia's Keep to get the one from the Mimic there. Take out all of the hollows that try to follow you before heading into the next room. Grave Warden Agdane is in the room ahead, and he will be pissed if you light a torch and enter this room, so don't do that. The same thing will happen if the hollow with the torch follows you in here, so be sure to have killed it earlier. He has a gesture, and some cool items, including the Warmth Pyromancy, which you should absolutely buy from him since this is the only place to get it. As you exit Agdane's room, take a sharp left turn to drop down to a hidden pathway. Clear out the hollows, and try not to get knocked down the ladder by this asshat ghost hiding through it. At the top of the ladder is a Cracked Eye Orb and the Fire Seed. You will need these items, so grab them and then drop it back down. Drop down once more near where the fog door is to land on some safe ground. There's another door shield here, so take him out carefully. Then grab all of the items and climb the ladder to find a shortcut to the bonfire of the area. This area is absolute hell, as going near the tall statues or hitting the bells and ringing them causes the worst enemy in the game to spawn, at least not in the DLC. The White Lady Sorcerers hit like an absolute truck, and they suck ass to fight, so follow my lead carefully. Cut a path directly through the rocks to your left side and head to the door on the other side with 2 torches above it. Climb the ladder here and clear the Black Lady Witch above this high ground. Then drop down and hit the stairs dead ahead of you. This room prompts both invasions from Lycia of Lindelt and Forlorn, so pray to God that you get Lycia and not Forlorn. There's an illusory wall in this room that contains an Evelyn, if you care at all. The hallway ahead contains several wall ghosts, as well as 2 door shields. Ignore the door shields and drop down the pit. As you drop down into the room, look for the exit that has a dark line on the floor. That's your way out. You can also grab the Mace of Insolence here if you desire, but be quick as Lady of Sorcerers will spawn soon due to the hollows striking the bells here. Now turn hard left and pull the lever to open a shortcut through that hellhole. Then grab the chest items here and proceed. On your left side, drop down and kill the hollow behind the pillar, then turn 180 degrees and enter the room under the stairs. Kill the hollow here carefully, and then wait, as another hollow will emerge from the ground. Carefully kill that one to avoid ringing the bell. Now proceed forward and prepare for a fight against 2 Cyanites and a Dragonrider. You can pull the Cyanites forward before the Dragonrider to make the encounter easier, and this should be a familiar fight by now. Open all 4 chests at the end of this room for some goodies. You can summon Agdane by one of the pillars if you want, although his choice of weapon isn't great for this boss, he's a good distraction. Velstad is mostly known for his giant mace having a lingering hitbox that lets him hit behind him or through your rolls. Because of this, it's recommended that you roll directly into the swing of his hammer to avoid being stuck in the hitboxes, or rolling backwards, and only moving in once his combos are done. At half health, Velstad will buff up for his second phase, which reduces the amount of damage he takes, but also leaves him vulnerable for a moment to allow you to buff, heal, or even inflict poison on him if you have it. If you need help with this encounter, just summon Agdane. Once the bell has tolled for Velstad, move forward and grab the King's Ring from the pile in front of you. Ignore Vendrick for now, and head up the stairs to talk to the Emerald Herald. She will inform you to go to Aldia's Keep. Use a homeward bone to leave, and warp back to Majula from the bonfire. There's a small list of things we can do now if you haven't already done them. These are optional for the most part, but I'm putting it in the video for anyone who isn't familiar with it. Firstly, we can go kill Throne Watcher and Defender. This can be somewhat difficult as we'll be slightly underleveled, but it will mean we won't have to fight these bosses directly before the actual final boss of the game. Return to the first bonfire at Drangleic Castle and equip the King's Ring to open the door to go down the stairs. Meander your way down to the end of this large passageway to the boss fog. It is recommended that you summon Benhart for this encounter, as it will progress his quest, but you won't be able to get his stuff until you beat Giant Lord. Throne Watcher uses a lightning weapon, while Throne Defender uses a magic weapon. Both will generally attack by running at you and doing a short combo of swings. I recommend dealing with Watcher first, as her constant pokes and dashing around make her obnoxious as all hell. Once each boss has reached half health, they will usually stop to buff their weapon, which is a good opportunity to rush them down. In addition to all of this, if one of the bosses die, the other one will attempt to resurrect them after a short while. The resurrection itself has a long animation, so if you can get one boss to low health before then, the fight will be pretty easy to wrap up. Benhart will act as a useful distraction for this fight. Otherwise, you'd best try to separate the Watcher from the Defender as you whittle them down. Both of the boss's souls are safe to consume for levels, although they do transpose into decent weapons. Return to the Shaded Ruins. Since we defeated the Duke's Freya, we can talk to Tark again for some free items, as well as to free Ornifex from her prison. Jump off the right side of the cliff below to unpetrify the Lion Warrior near where the bonfire was. This guy will drop a Fang Key, which opens the door to Ornifex. Don't worry, since the room she's standing in also has a fragrant branch to make up for the one we used by doing this. While we're on the way, take a left turn and have a chat with Tark using the Ring of Whispers, being careful to kill off the shaded hunters along the way. Tark will give you some items which you may or may not want. I also defeat the body of Engarl, but this is completely optional. Now head back up the stairs. Directly across from these ruins is a chest blocked by a Lion Warrior. Unpetrify him and grab the Repair Sorcery. Drop down the pit with the Basilisks and clear them out. Then open the door and talk to Ornifex. She'll move to the room next to the spider-filled bonfire in Brightstone Cove, Tseldora. Returning to the main progression, head to the Ruined Fork Road and take the middle fork. You'll notice some kobolds and a hippo enemy ahead. Lure the hippo back and carefully deal with it. Then kill the kobolds. You should be careful as they can petrify you if you get hit a lot by them. Grab the red Tearstone ring in the water if you want, and then head up the hill to find a Cyanite guarding a door. You'll need to equip the King's Ring to get past here. Now hang a left and watch out for some more kobolds. You'll want to lure them backwards so you don't get ganged up on and potentially be petrified. Once the way is clear, head past the wooden shack to find a mimic in the corner of the area. You can also go into the shack and grab the bonfire first. Lucatiel should be next to the bonfire if you've done her quest properly. If she's not here, but you're certain you did enough boss fights with her, make sure you've talked with her underneath Earthen Peak before Covetous Demon and in Black Gulch. If she's still not here after talking to her, then you've likely not done enough bosses with her, or she died during a couple of them. You can potentially summon Lucatiel for the Burnt Ivory King if you plan on completing that DLC, or just doing the quest again in New Game Plus. If she's here, talk to her and get her items. This should unlock an achievement for you. Now head up the stairs into Aldia's Keep proper. You'll immediately be invaded by Azlatiel of Mira. He's a pretty standard invader, but he has decent poise, so abusing parries or projectiles is your go-to strategy. Now head into the Keep. proper this time, and head up the stairs to the second floor. Here are some looking glass mirrors that spawn NPC-ish type enemies. You can easily backstab them as their breaking out animation ends. The items around here aren't particularly important, but on the far side of the passage is the miracle Great Magic Barrier in a chest that you'll want to grab. On the opposite side of Great Magic Barrier is another set of stairs you can climb to the third floor of the keep. There's another chest on the other side of the third floor containing a bonfire setting. Otherwise, ignore the basilisk in the middle and head into the small door and pull the chain on the dragon statue. You can light up this dark hallway using a Ferris contraption on your right, but this is optional. The paintings on the side will conceal some of the dragon acolytes, so take them out as you approach. The hippos in the cage will have to be dealt with, although the first one is mostly optional. You can aggro it early with a projectile or a tall weapon to fight it first. Approach the second hippo and take it out. At the end of the hallway is a door with a third hippo hiding behind it. Walk up to the door and move to the side to avoid being flattened. Take out the hippo, it will likely smash the carriage nearby, which will release a basilisk, so try to separate the two enemies if that happens. The second to last door on the left side of this area leads to a small laboratory with a stairwell leading downwards. In the middle of the stairway walls is an illusory wall that hides a bonfire. You can opt to grab this before dealing with the hippos. At the bottom of the stairs is a pool of acid with several hollow dogs. Eliminate them at range or lure them out. Then head into the pool and grab the Sorcery Soul Geyser. Return to the bonfire and re-equip your gear. Clear out any hippos remaining, again, and watch out for the last wooden door. There's another hippo waiting behind it. After that, head into the boss fog. Guardian Dragon is mostly the same as the dragon you fought in Heide's, but the expanded arena gives the dragon more room to move around and use new moves. For the most part, just stab its feet and then sprint when it flies up to breathe fire down on you. Most of the attacks can be avoided easily this way. This boss fight is more annoying than anything, as with bad RNG, the dragon can constantly fly away and not let you hit it. You may opt to bring a bow or magic to hit the dragon if it does this. Once the dragon is down, head up the elevator and enter Dragon Aerie. Walk up the right side to find the Emerald Herald. She'll tell you something not really important and then give you the Aged Feather. This is an unlimited usage Homeward Bone, which is very nice to have. Now return to Majula and level up. The Guardian Dragon Soul makes a cool ultra great sword, but is otherwise safe to consume for souls. Return to Dragon Aerie. This area has a lot of upgrade materials around, but it's unlikely you'll need them. Climb up the ladder and use the zipline to burn the flesh off of your hands and skip the entirety of the Aerie. Now cross the rickety bridge and light the bonfire after talking to Smaldia. In the upcoming section of Dragon Shrine, attempting to avoid the Drake Keepers or summoning allies will cause all of the Black Dragon Knights to become aggressive. You don't want to do that. Striking weapons are highly effective against these guys. Be conservative with stamina consumption, as the Drake Keepers are relentless with their attacks, although thankfully they've been nerfed in this version of the game. The chest under these stairs contains the Judgment armor set, completely optional. Up the stairs is the infamous Hammer Drake Keeper. He's thankfully been nerfed. Just don't be like me, you should wait until he starts a long combo before running to heal. And if you know you're going to eat a hit, then chug it twice. Once he's been dealt with, head up the stairs and grab some goodies. One more Draker up here with an Ultra Greatsword. He's not nearly as hard as the others. Turn around and cross over the small bridge and drop down here. Do not attempt to summon the Shade, as it will aggro everything in the level. The last Drake Keeper is here, and he's one of the harder ones with his annoying shield, but thankfully he doesn't deal that much damage. When you open this door, grab the third Dragon Ring. It's the strongest version of Dark Souls 2's Fap Ring. You'll then be invaded by Dragon Fang Villard. He's pretty easy to parry, and he's overall pretty dumb. Now grab the petrified egg at the end of the room and look for a chest hidden in the corner of the same room. Grab one more chest by carefully dropping down. This has Crystal Magic Weapon, so don't skip it. Now drop down to where you fought the Drake Keeper and open the small door to move onwards. The last trial is a duel against the Black Dragon Knight with two greatswords. His poison damage output is threatening, so abuse parries or backstabs, or use projectiles to take him out if you're having trouble. Once he's down, you're free to run to the end of the area and grab the Ashen Mist Heart from the Ancient Dragon. Fighting the dragon is optional, and not recommended, as he's very difficult without a strong ranged weapon or knowledge of how his AI works. Simply use the Aged Feather to get out of there and return to Majula now. If you've beaten the Thorn Watcher and Defender, you'll now be able to complete Kale's questline and get his gear. This unlocks an achievement. At Majula, talk to Gilligan, who should be sitting near the pit outside of Mullen's shop. Buy his ladder miniature if you haven't already, and then purchase his most expensive ladder. After doing this, talk to him and get some gear. This unlocks another achievement. Take the ladder down, back up to the forgotten door in the pit. This gives you Soul Vortex, Great Lightning Spear, and the Dragon Talon, which is the key to the DLC area. Now use your feather to go back to Majula, and then warp to the Cardinal Tower in the Forest of Fallen Giants. We're pretty close to the end of base game now. We need to visit the 3 giant memories in the forest. Head down the ladder and towards Pursuer's boss arena. You should be able to get there on your own, I hope. Near the end of the area is Benhart, who you should talk to. He won't give us our treasure until Giant Lord is dead, so talk to him. Now walk up to the giant behind him and enter the memory of Oro. Benhart is here, again, so talk to him and unlock his summon for Giant Lord. Head up the stairs on your left until you see some bandits around. These guys are tougher than you might think, so be more careful than usual. Use the first contraption to open the hidden wall to a chest with some hero souls. Don't use the second contraption, as it's just a trap. Continue up the stairs and reach the top of this building. Look towards the giants fighting and hang a left. Drop down thrice to reach a giant on the ground with purple hands. Interact with it to get a giant soul, and then interact again to leave the area. Now head over to the place with the cyanite across from the ladder where we started. Use the King's Ring to open the door, light the bonfire, and enter the memory of Jay. Benhart's sign will be down the small stairs, so summon him if you want or need for his quest. Once he shows up, enter the boss fog. Hang along the right side to avoid most of the fighting. You'll want to step forward to where the wall juts out, and then wait for the statue's head to roll over. Once you're certain it's not rolling, move past it on the right side to encounter Giant Lord. Giant Lord is really just the same as last Giant, both in gameplay and in lore. You'll mostly want to listen for his sound cues and delay your rolls, as his sword swipes are hard to see without moving the camera up. Benhart, as usual, makes for a beefy distraction if you need to heal. Otherwise, this is a very simple fight. Once he's down for the count, run up the stairs and grab a fire seed, then head forward to grab another giant soul. Run back to the memory of Oro in Pursuer's area and talk to Benhart. He should now give you all of his stuff and another achievement. Use the Aged Feather to leave, and then go back to Cardinal Tower. Exit through the shortcut in the wall and drop down. Take a right at the barrels to find a third and last memory. The memory of Vamar is the hardest one. Talk to Captain Drummond on the ground as you meet him. He'll give you some items if you've beaten Giant Lord, which we've already done. That's an achievement. He'll also give you a gesture, so be sure to get that. As you walk forward, be careful of the faint cracks on the left side that indicate a giant will burst through. Fighting the giants here is a fruitless effort. Ignore the first 3 and head forward. Then run past the fighting and hang a right to find a hidden ladder. Climb up and avoid the fire being thrown your way and drop down. Don't bother grabbing this giant warrior club, it's a waste of time. Exit the destroyed house in front of you and hang a left. Up the stairs is the last enemy of the area and the exit. Grab any of the items you can and be sure to get the giant soul before you leave. We're in the final stretch now. You can consume Giant Lord's boss soul for the time being, but do not consume the Giant Souls as we will need them to beat Vendrick for an achievement. You also probably have a lot of soul items stocked up now, so if you need to buy upgrade materials or level up, now's the time. Cloan sells more items once you've picked up the King's Ring, and we've done that. Return to the Undead Crypt and make your way over to Vendrick's room, again making sure not to ring any bells and killing the hollows that try to. Vendrick has massively increased attack and defense normally. For every giant soul in your inventory, this amount is halved. You can think of Vendrick as having 64 times the normal stats without any souls, and 1 times with all of them. We only have 4, because we skipped Ancient Dragon, who drops 1 when he's killed, so Vendrick is rocking 2 times stats right now. This should still be an easy fight, but be sure to bring Repair Powder if you only have 1 weapon to use, as it will likely break. Vendrick has a very limited moveset, but he hits like a truck. He keeps his left foot forward, so you'll want to be standing under his left leg for most of the fight. This isn't a hard battle, but a very long one. If Vendrick has his back to a wall, lure him away so you can get behind him. I have attempted to poison him before, but it doesn't really work out, so just use standard resins and buffs for this. Once Vendrick is out of commission, you should get an achievement. Head back to Majula and rest, and then head to the Shrine of Amana. After the second bonfire, clear out the casters one by one and look to your left. There's a long bridge that was guarded by a Dragonrider you saw in Undead Crypt. Since he's dead, the bridge is now unguarded. Now that Vendrick is also dead, make sure you're human and then open the door. Grab the Soul of the King and the King's Drip. Now return to Majula. We are just before the final boss, Nishandra, but of course we have a lot of work to do before we can enter New Game Plus. First off, we have some minor chores to take care of. The Soul of the King is safe to consume. You'll want 20 intelligence and faith in order to complete Falcon's minor quest. If you don't have the stats required, you can respec at things Betwixt, or simply do this later. Go to Huntsman's Copse and talk to Falcon. With the appropriate stats, he'll give you the Sunset Staff, which is the best dark damage staff in the game. If you're not hollowed, go die somewhere safe or be cursed by a pot before going to Aldia's keep. On the first floor, head to the right side to find Navlan, who's suffering from bipolar disorder. If you're hollow, he'll give you this game's NPC assassination questline. Accept all of his quests. The first is Gilligan. If you've bought the ladder miniature from him, we're already done. You'll get a dispelling ring. Second is Kale. If you've already completed his quest, you'll have his helmet, so that's another one done. You'll get some Simpleton Spice for this. Third is Falcon. If you've talked to him with the right stats, he'll give you his staff, so he gets to live on. You'll get the Pyromancy Forbidden Sun for this. The final quest is Emerald Herald. We already have the Aged Feather from talking to her, so thankfully we don't have to seek Lest alone. You'll get Unleash Magic for this. Once you've completed Navlan's questline, talk to him to receive some armor and open up his shop. He sells some cool drip, so partake in it as you see fit. Return to the Forest of Fallen Giants. Next to the path you're normally supposed to go after Cardinal Tower is a dark hallway leading to Soldier's Rest. This part is pretty easy, with weak skeletons and ironclads along the way. At the end of the area is an invasion against Armorer Dennis, who's much weaker than his appearance in Iron Keep. In the same room that Dennis spawns in is a Tree of a Giant, which spawns seeds of a Tree of Giants. The tree attempts to spawn a seed every time you're invaded, and you've likely got one waiting for you right now. You'll want at least one before you tackle the DLC, but 2 or more never hurts. Light the bonfire here and head to Drang Lake Castle. From the bonfire, return to where Chancellor Welliger is at. For beating Giant Lord, he'll give you the Espada Repara and the Royal Dirk. The Repara is one of the best weapons in the game, having even better damage and way more durability than most of the thrusting swords. If you're using thrusting swords, and you should, this is a no-brainer upgrade that you should invest in right away. Return to Brightstone Cove Tseldora, light a torch, and run all the way to Freya's boss room. A dragon is suspended in the webs near the end of the room and a large crystal has appeared there. From here, you can enter the Dragon Memories. The dragon at the end of the area will give you the Ancient Dragon Soul. This is transposable into a decent curved greatsword, but it can be consumed for a staggering 75,000 souls. I recommend eating it for the levels, but I transpose it in this playthrough just to see what it can do. Spoiler alert, it takes a lot of stats to wield and is very heavy. We are ready to begin the DLCs, starting with Sunken King, although you can do them in any order if you like. Head to the Rotten's boss room and use the Dragon Talon at the fountain at the end to be taken to Shulva, Sanctum City. Run forward until you hit a bonfire after the big door. Big Dragon Sin will spook you for a moment, but just sit at the bonfire when he's done. Run ahead and take out the first Sanctum Knight lying on the ground. Strike the pillar directly in front of you to raise the building ahead to provide some cover, then use a bow and hit the pillar across the pit on your left. This raises some floor to cross the gap and ignore all of those enemies. Take out the sitting knight who may try to follow you and enter the red room with the acid bugs. Drop down the stairs and take out the knight in the way. Strike the first pillar on your left and be prepared for a fight. We sadly have to fight everything on this hill as there's a puzzle that needs solving. Burst down the Sanctum Knights as they get up in between the volleys of arrows. From the cliff's edge, you'll notice some statues blocking a pillar. You can either drop down to the unraised buildings to get a better angle, or use magic to break the statues at range before hitting the pillar. You can also use a great bow to break the statues, however, normal sized bows won't work. There's a bonfire up the ladder which we'll get shortly if you need to resupply on magic. Once you make it through, grab the Hex Promised Walk of Peace. If you whip this tree, it repairs your stuff, which is neat but useless. Return to the hill and hit the pillars. This includes the one behind the top building, one hanging off the cliff side, and two in the middle. Climb the ladder to reach the well-earned bonfire. Drop down twice, and follow the narrow bridge, clearing out any Sanctum Knights that chased you and continuing forward. Sin will do a drive-by on some knights standing around here. Ignore it and shatter the pots on your right to find focused souls hidden away at the end. Turn around and cross the now cleared bridge to enter Dragon Sanctum. At the start of the area, you'll notice some closed doors on your left. The buttons are a gimmick of the area, and you'll want to keep an eye out for them. The first door requires the Eternal Sanctum Key, which we don't have right now. Look to your right to spot some Sanctum warriors standing in front of their glowing red armors. Breaking the armors will make the warriors permanently visible, allowing you to lock onto them and deal more damage to them. Use arrows to break the statue safely, and then backstab the warriors. All of the chests here are safe, as far as I know. Don't take my word on it for New Game Plus, as I haven't done the DLCs there. As you move ahead, do not drop down. Look to your sides to find any soldiers sleeping on the ground. The ones with the mist covering them aren't good to backstab, as you'll be afflicted with poison just by being close to them. There's a button on the ceiling that you can shoot to open a wall to a chest with lots of petrified dragon bones. The chest directly ahead of you is trapped, as is an exposed 4 tile on the ground, so be careful. To your side is a rotating wall controlled by a button on the floor. Shoot to the button with your arrows to move the wall to an open position before running through. There are some optional puzzles to solve here if you jump down the stairway. There's a button in this narrow passage and one on the wall high above you. Hit both with arrows to open a side passage. There will be soldiers behind you and down the stairs. You can eliminate the one coming up the stairs by stepping onto the spike trap in front of you. At the bottom of the stairs are a bunch of items. None of them are required for achievements, so this is optional if you don't care. Now head back up and drop down the pit. Look for a second pit to drop down and brace for impact. The room below was filled with acid bugs that deal serious damage to you and your equipment. Feel free to run up the stairs and ignore them all if you want. At the top is Flynn's Ring. This grants a flat bonus to physical damage based on how low your vitality is. Even with moderate vitality investment, this is a great ring for any low damage, fast attacking weapon. Return to the first drop down point and go the other way this time. There's a caster on the bridge above you, and I highly recommend you snipe them with a bow, as climbing the ladder is very inconsistent with the caster shooting you all the time. Run past the 2 warriors and climb the ladder and cross the bridge. Immediately take a right when you can and enter the room with 2 pits and lots of warriors. Your best strategy for this room is to stay unlocked and sprint in circles around the large pits. The warriors will occasionally try to dash or attack you, which usually ends up throwing them into the pit. Run around here for as long as you need to in order to get rid of all of the warriors. Once they're all gone, break all of the statues and grab the Eternal Sanctum key. Head back now. You can open the shortcut by hitting the button on the wall. Use a bow to hit the button on the ceiling above the bridge, which will disable the spikes in the sand that damage you. You can now safely descend and eliminate the 2 warriors one by one. There is a button between the bridge supports that you need to hit. This opens a door to a chest containing Dragonstone, which is only required if you want to beat the rest of the DLC. Climb up to the bridge and shoot the button through the holes in the rotating door off to the side. Drop down, hit the button again, and then climb up one more time to hit it a 3rd time. This will open the way to a chest containing the Denial Miracle. This is sadly not nearly as good as it will be in Dark Souls 3, but we need it now for achievements. Continue down the stairs and turn around to hit a button with an arrow. Then, go back up the ladder and jump across to a hidden bonfire. If you do not want to beat the rest of the DLC, you can go back to the start of the area by warping back and going to the door that needs the Eternal Sanctum key. Otherwise, continue down the stairs as usual. You'll find a lone warrior and lots of stairs. You'll then be invaded by Jester Thomas. Oh, the betrayal. Thomas is not a very difficult invader as long as you know what you're doing. He has no poise and will always try to roll away from you when you're too close to him. Once you've managed to get a single clean hit on him, don't panic and just wait a second. He will roll away. When he does, attack him without backstabbing him to stun him again and repeat the cycle. His Jester armor reduces backstab damage, so regular attacks work the best. Cross the fog to enter Dragon Butt Hell. The water is filled with tanky dragon butts that shoot projectiles. They also drop petrified dragon bones, but you have to be careful to fight them one at a time. There's a bonfire directly across from the door you exited, so be sure to hit it up if possible. Feel free to try to ignore the dragon butts as best you can. Run back up to dry land and use the Dragonstone to open the way forward. The elevator ahead takes you back to the start of the level, which now opens to the end of the level. Head back to the second bonfire of the area and cross the bridge into Dragon's Sanctum. You'll have to pass by the 2 soldiers Sin burnt earlier. Use the Eternal Sanctum key to open the door on your left and kill the 2 casters. There's a lot of chests here, so grab everything. Climb up the ladder and grab some items. Head back down, know the sconces at the top don't do anything, and be invaded by Rock Shield Balder. This guy is a dick. He uses Lloyd's talismans, aka Undead Hunter Charms, that block Estus usage. He also has a lot of poise and uses an annoying spear. Unfortunately for him, you can still use life gems to heal when damaged and run away from him. I recommend spamming magic or parries to kill this guy. At the end of this area is a bonfire. Light it, then hit the pillar to raise the elevator. Drop down halfway down the elevator and grab the Hex Dark Greatsword. If you do not wish to beat the rest of the DLC, you are safe to do now as we have all of the items we need for achievement progress. However, if you want to beat the DLC, head back to the first bonfire and use the elevator to cross into Dragon's Rest. Drop down into the area and follow the obvious path forward. Drop down to the platform directly beneath you and once more directly ahead. You'll encounter a Drakeblood Knight. These guys have a lot of poise, so abuse those backstabs and parries. From this layer, head to the far end and drop off of the broken pathway. On this layer is another Drakeblood, so be on the lookout for him. Drop down the broken stairs once you're ready. On this layer is yet another Drakeblood, as well as the only bonfire in the area, hidden behind an illusory wall. Those cheeky developers. Open the wall, and light the bonfire after clearing the area. The next layer below has 2 Drake Bloods. You can ignore them and drop down into the structures off of the balcony by sprinting without jumping. This layer has 2 more Drake Bloods. They really kicked my butt here, and I don't recommend fighting them. You can continue dropping down the layers from where you landed to reach the bottom of the floor. Now hold on to your butts, this next boss is quite a doozy. Alana the Squalid Queen is, for all intents and purposes, a harder version of Nashandra. Alana will pelt you with hexes and pyromancies at range, and then smack you with her halberd at close range. Alana will summon enemies during the boss fight, which range from skeletons to piglets, and for some reason, the Queen of Shulva is in cahoots with Velstadt and can summon him too. Don't ask why. If you do not summon NPC allies for this fight, you can easily leave 1 or 2 weak summons alive for the whole encounter, which prevents Alana from summoning more enemies. Alana constantly teleports during this fight, so your strategy should be to lure whatever adds are currently alive away from Alana, then rush towards her and strike her after avoiding whatever attack she throws at you. The only notable attack to watch out for is her Scraps of Life, which is signified by her raising her hand above her head. If Velstadt does get summoned, do not bother trying to fight him, as he can be summoned again after he dies. With Alana down, you're one of the 2 bosses for the main DLC. Next up is Sin, the Slumbering Dragon, but first, head back to Majula and level if you need to. Ilana's soul is safe to consume. Sin's weak spot is his head, which means hitting it often will require you knowing where his face will be after he does an attack. Sin, annoyingly, loves to fly in the air and breathe fire on you or dash around. The best time to hit him, unsurprisingly, is when he's on the ground breathing fire in a large cone. The biggest thing to watch out for is the toxic mist on the ground after every fireball he shoots. There's not a lot of strategy for this encounter, it's just a really long and boring battle of attrition. Wait for a big opening, and then poke him in the face. You can optionally poke him in the arms or the tail, however this makes it harder to see what kinds of attacks he's going to do, and he takes significantly less damage doing this, so you'll need lots of repair powder or spare weapons. Be sure to pick up the items in the room, including the Crown of the Sunken King, after the boss is dead. Return to the bonfire above the Dark Greatsword chest. Cross into the boss fog to enter the first of the optional multiplayer bonus levels. Cave of the Dead is very short, but not very fun. There are some NPC summons here, but most of them should be ignored, as they do terribly during the boss fight of the area, unless you have powerful miracles to heal them. Start by eliminating the 3 soldiers in the first room. Assuming you're facing the same way you entered the room, when you drop down, you should look to your right to find a tunnel with a spitter statue down it. That's the tunnel you need to go through. Bait and eliminate the soldiers along this pathway as you avoid the petrification spitting statues. The giant worm near the end does a good job of blocking the soldiers and splitting them up. That's pretty much the entire level. Now cross the boss fog and fight the triplet gank. Your first target is Sarah, the Old Explorer. He has an S-stock and likes to hide in the back, shooting great arrows at you. He's an asshole, and he likes to cheat by rolling through stun. You'll have to run the other dudes around while driving by and hitting Sarah every now and then. Luckily, he has the worst defense out of all of them and will die relatively quickly. Next is Afflicted Grave Robber. He has 2 curved swords. His damage output is scarier, but he has similarly weak poise. He can be bursted down with strong attacks. Ancient Soldier Varg Skeletor is last. He doesn't do the most damage outside of backstabs, which you should avoid being hit by at all costs. His slower weapon can be easier to parry, and with his large poise that's preferable. In addition, all 3 of the gankers can be poisoned with Dark Fog or equivalent spells, which can be used to easily kill the invaders if you can get enough room between you and them to cast it. For this arduous task, you'll get a Titanite slab and the flower skirt, which is cute, but mostly incompatible with almost all forms of fashion in the game. Very unfortunate, but at least you've completed the entire DLC now. If you followed the guide, you should be able to warp directly to Brume Tower. If you haven't been following the guide, then you should probably already know how to get there. Start by taking a left turn at the throne to drop down. Keep going down and take a big leap over to the opposite side to skip some of the enemies. Climb down the ladders, and one more after this chest with a slab in it. At the very bottom, you'll want to turn right and enter this small room. There are 2 Ashen Warriors guarding the Dance of Fire Pyromancy. Kill them and grab the spells. Then head back into the main room. Step forward and use a wedge on the idol in front of you. This one buffs the defense and poise of the nearby enemies, and when it shatters, they'll be staggered, which gives you an opportunity to attack them. Open the large door to your left. Ashen Warriors will burst out of the ashes in these outdoor sections, so be careful. Ahead is a room filled with barrel hollows that explode on fire contact and a possessed armor enemy. Just wait around or use fire to destroy the barrels from a safe distance, and then take out the possessed armor. As you drop down these layers, you'll encounter multiple Ashen Warriors. There's 2 on the bottom floor, with one throwing firebombs. Lure him away from the chest to make sure he doesn't break it. Then cross through the fog wall and look for the hallway leading up to the bonfire. You can grab some Titanite in the chest past the bonfire, then head backwards. Take the ladder down to the floor beneath and use projectiles to break the barrels blocking the door across the room from the ladder. Navigate around to that door and clear the warrior past it. There's a barrel hollow on the floor that you can blow up, but I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't guaranteed to be there since I think it falls down from the second floor. At any rate, the area below you is one of the hardest in the levels because of how many enemies there are. You'll need to take out the warriors before taking on the Smelter Warrior. On the opposite end of the rooms, you can push some more barrel hollows into the room to use as explosives against the enemies, but you can also take damage from these as well. As you drop down into the room proper, you'll need to use a wedge to break the idol, or this fight will be impossible. Once the playing field is evened out, lure the warriors away before engaging the smelter. His pauldrons will pour out lava periodically, so be aware of that as it will track his arms when he swings around. When the way is clear, open the door. In front of you is a possessed armor. Take him out before moving forward. There will now be a few sorcerers pelting you with lightning orbs. Walk forward to lure the Ashen Warrior backwards and take him out. Alternatively, you can jump down the left side of the cliff and make a break for it. When the warriors are down, run ahead and take out the first sorceress. Sorceresses usually disappear and then appear behind you and try to stab you in the ass, so watch carefully. Climb down after taking out the remaining warrior and sorceress, and then head into the fog wall. Follow along the right side of the foyer to reach the bonfire. Now head backwards and go down the stairs near the fog we just crossed. Make sure no one is following you as you cross the large chain bridge. You'll be invaded by Muldrun the Assassin. This guy is a real dick, and will run away once he starts taking a bunch of damage. He will first try to backstab you as you open the chest in front of you, so watch your corners and engage him first. Once he starts running away, pop that seed of a tree of giants that we got earlier. Now just wait around for him to die to the possessed armors in the tower below you. He's not smart enough to recognize them as enemies, and will happily let them kill him for you. Once the invader is finally down, start descending down the tower. On top of being constantly cursed, the possessed armors will revive themselves in this curse mist, so try not to panic as we run through here. Run down to near the bottom of the tower to use a wedge and break the idol. This causes the mist to dissipate. If you would like a majestic greatsword at the bottom of the tower, be careful of the 3-man gank. If you die, you'll have to clear this whole tower again. Yikes. Return to the foyer bonfire. Head into the small hallway ahead from the bonfire and climb down. The Minotaur heads can be struck to make them move, which burns the sorcerers down the hallway. After the first sorceress, another will try to ambush you as you pull this lever, so watch out for that. Open this gate with the lever and continue down the hallway with 2 more sorceresses. Lowering them back is a good way to deal with them. The final enemy in the hallway is another Smelter Warrior. Close quarters aren't good for your health, but we have no options. Open all of the gates with the levers around you and ignore the chain bridge. Open the shortcut up the ladder first. Now cross the bridge to the other tower. The crawling enemies here will become empowered when hit by fire, so avoid doing that. Your best bet is to bait a jumping attack and then poke them afterwards. Once you head down the ladder, you'll be invaded by Quicksword Rachel. She's not the hardest invader in the world, so just do what you've always done. At the bottom of the ladder, open the second door from the right to get ambushed, as well as grab the Recollection Hex. Now open the farthest door on the left to find an enemy guarding a ladder downwards. At the bottom is a door leading to the Scorching Iron Scepter, guarded by some very angry enemies. Take them out, or just tank the hits like an animal. When you exit, you can turn left to head up the elevator and leave, or just run up the ladder you came from like a pussy. It doesn't really matter. Regardless of how you do it, go back to the foyer bonfire and use the scepter in the middle of the tower to reactivate Brume Tower. Take the elevator left of where you placed the scepter. Halfway up is an opening with iron bars that you should try and jump onto. Carefully jump back up after grabbing the items and hit the top of the elevator. There's another elevator here with an illusory wall leading to the hollow skin in the chest. Nice. Don't go up to the top of the elevator, just cross over to the end of the path to reach a door. Take out the Smelter Warrior and open all of the doors to grab some goodies. There's an idol here, and you can skip this one and break it at the end if you so desire, as we will need an extra wedge for the boss fight. As you leave, hop onto the small elevator and pop into the doorway to find some possessed armors. Carefully take them out and use the turning action of the statues to grab some of the items. You may want to equip some fire-resistant gear for this. At the end of the room is a door leading to the Simpleton's Ring, which boosts ADP. Nice. Now drop down to the bottom of the elevator and grab a free weapon. Now return to the foyer bonfire. From the bonfire, head to the nearest elevator going downwards. When you drop off, walk all the way around to the other side to get into the passage. Take out the barrel hollows around here as we're about to get into a tussle. When you step outside, be slow, as Smelter Warriors will burst out of the ashes to fight you. You can fight them here or lure them back. Just be careful not to run too far forwards, or you'll spawn even more of them. At the end of this area is the tower key. Head back and return to the foyer bonfire after you take it. From the bonfire, turn left and open the door with the key we just got. This room has Curse Mist and is also a potential Forlorn invasion area. The Ashen Warriors won't respawn when killed, but are much tougher in the Curse Mist. When you reach the bottom of this room, run back to the entrance in the event that Forlorn spawns so he doesn't trap you inside. If you are invaded, run outside so you aren't being cursed during your Duel of Fates. Scythe Forlorns are much scarier than Greatsword Forlorns, so be prepared for quite a battle if you aren't good at parrying. The possessed armors in the Curse Mist will resurrect themselves, so run away from them and break the idol in the left room on the bottom of the stairs. Dispel the mist and kill all of the enemies remaining. Grab the Fire Snake Pyromancy on the opposite side from the idol you broke. Then return to the foyer bonfire and head back up the elevators we took going up. Go up the elevator to where the hollow skin was, and turn right. The door here leads to a winding room with minotaur statues that you should hit. Clear out the enemies, go up the stairs, and push the next statue to clear out this room as well. At the end of this long hallway is a chest with 4 more smelter wedges. If you ran out and needed some for the boss, these are the last ones you're going to get until we get to the end of the DLC. Return to the foyer bonfire one more time. Ignore the door across the elevator for now. Go back down the elevator in front of the bonfire and go down the second elevator as well. The room at the end is a long vertical tower with many drops and ashen warriors. Be careful as you descend because the last floor drops out from under you to some unavoidable fall damage. Very fucking cool, developers. Methodically look before you leap, and take out the warriors as you come across them. The final drop is extra long and leads to a smelter warrior. Business as usual. Open the door and take a right at the intersection to a chest. Lure the enemies away if you need to and grab the sorcery clutch ring. Then take the other path and elevator down to the end of the area. There's 4 idols around here that will heal Fume Knight if left unbroken. I'm a dumbass, and I used one of the 4 wedges I got earlier, so I left the one in the far corner unbroken. On the far right of this area is a bonfire guarded by 2 smelter warriors. Heal, and then prepare for battle. You can buff up after entering the fog, as Fume Knight will not spawn until you get close to his sword. Fume Knight is commonly cited as being one of the hardest bosses in the game, but with a thrusting sword, you'll disagree. He's pretty basic, with sword swings as his main focus of attacking. In Phase 1, any combo ending with a greatsword swing is usually pretty safe. He will usually try to punish attempts to heal with a big overhead swing, so wait for him to do a combo before trying to heal. At half health, Fume Knight changes movesets and switches to his greatsword. His overhead pose leads to a slow horizontal slash that you can roll into to avoid. You can run from his AoE and then roll through the projectiles it makes or weave between them. Any backstep the Fume Knight does will usually lead into a stab, and it should be rolled through perpendicularly. Lastly, his basic combos are usually safe after the 3rd hit, or after any overhit swings. You have a summon for this boss fight as well, but this is a relatively simple fight. Once Fume Knight has been extinguished, grab his crown and then head back to Majula to recover. The Fume Knight's soul is safe to eat. Now, return to the elevator with the hollow skin behind it. Use the tower key to open the door in front of you and head into one of the dumbest invasions in the game. Smash the idol next to the first prowler that spawns, stab prowler to death, then prepare for the rest. Four more prowlers will spawn as you head up the stairs. Some will hang back and shoot arrows, which are extremely obnoxious. Your best bet is to run up and down the stairs using the walls as cover to block the archers while you duel one of the prowlers on your own. I don't have a ton of other advice for this as it's just 4 dudes in a stairwell. Do your best and be safe. When you reach the top, hit up the bonfire. If you have the Ashen Mist Heart and have beaten Fume Knight, the armor will be glowing and you can enter the memory of the old Iron King. Sprint ahead and head left to enter a hallway. Keep going and take another left at the end of the area to get behind the salamander. Take him out and drop down the pit. In the last leg of the run, you'll need to run past some archers shooting great arrows at you. Prepare your butt, as Sir Alone is actually the hardest boss of the DLC. Sir Alone has some really mean dash attacks, and you need to react visually since he can delay these randomly. Generally speaking, you can avoid a lot of Alone's dashes by going backwards, as he only dashes as far as you are standing when he starts the attack. The glowing sword stab is a grabbing attack, so try not to block it. The hardest part about this boss fight is the lack of safe healing opportunities. Don't give up, Skeleton. This fight is a very long back and forth, with you taking safe hits off of his slowest combo enders, which there are a lot of. With Alone out of the picture, you can grab the last smelter wedge and break the last idol you didn't break, which gets you Nadalia's soul. Do not consume Nadalia's soul, as it transposes into a spell. Congratulations, you have completed the main part of this DLC. Iron Passage is optional, but I'm going to show you how to do it anyways. On the same level that you got the tower key is a doorway leading to Iron Passage, this DLC's bonus multiplayer level. Head there now if you dare. Take the elevator down and hit up that bonfire. This area has two paths, one of which I have never done in my life, so ignore the lever and take the left pathway. You have one mission: survive. Run past everything in the level, as you'll be constantly hit with projectiles and slowed by the casters with promised Walk of Peace. Hit that boss fog at the end of the level and be greeted by Cool Ranch Dorito Smelter Demon. This is literally the same boss as normal Smelter Demon, but he deals magic damage instead of fire. Just listen for his sound cues as usual and spam life gems to avoid the burning damage. I generally don't recommend NPC summons for this, as they take way too much burning damage. With that said, this should be a pretty familiar boss fight for now. Your reward for this boss is the Pharaoh's Mask, as well as the ability to make the blue smelter sword with that soul. Congratulations, you have beaten the Old Iron King DLC. Time for the last DLC, thank the gods. Go to the Shrine of Winter and use the fountain to warp to the Eleum Loyce. Hit up that bonfire and walk into the Frozen City proper. Turn right and be greeted by the first Rampart soldier. Get used to these guys because they're everywhere. There's a second knight in the room ahead, and a third one will walk up the stairs shortly after. There's another knight at the bottom of the stairs. Keep note of this room, it contains a spell, but we'll need to unlock it later in the level. As you approach the knight at the end of the hallway, another one will come out from your left and attack you. At the bottom of the round stairs are several Rampart dogs that will attack you. Moving forward through this area is the fountain. There are a lot of knights here, and some will attack you with projectiles. Your best bet is to lure them backwards. Don't try and rush down the caster, as that will just draw in more enemies to chase you down. After crossing underneath this building, look to your left to spot another knight. Then take out the one on the right side shooting you. Now take a left turn and climb up the stairs. There are two more knights to take care of up here. Enter the building and turn to your left. There are some knights and a dog here. The crates will block most of the knights from approaching you right away, so be quick about taking out the knights or lure them backwards if things get out of hand. Open the door and take out the knight and the one behind him. Turning left is an optional path to some extra items. There's a new kind of enemy here, so try not to panic and fall off the cliffside. Drop down the building to the right and hit up the second bonfire of the area. There's 3 more Rampart soldiers ahead. They'll stay inactive until you get close, so take this area one by one. At the end of the area is a knight on top of the stairs that you should rush ahead and take out before the soldier at the bottom of the stairs gets up. At the base of the stairs, turn to the side and head between the buildings. There's a ring of embedded and the hex Dark Dance to get here. If you're familiar with Dark Souls 3's Prisoner's Chain, you'll recognize this ring. Wear it if you want, but be sure to get that hex. Continue forward and take out the first Rampart Golem. Open the gate and turn right, go up the stairs. Take out the Rampart Golem here and turn left in this blizzard. A Rampart Knight will emerge from the left side, take him out and pull the lever in the room he was in. This raises the blockade we saw earlier. To your left is a Rampart Golem. Take him out, as well as the knight that will climb up the stairs after you. Turn around and walk over to the tower in the distance. There's a ladder here that's invisible at the moment, but it can still be used. Climb up and grab Splintering Lightning Spear from the chest. Oh yeah, there's a knight in this room here too. Head back down, either by jumping down like an insane person, or by just using the ladder. Then go down the stairs. You'll get blabbered on as you walk along here. Ignore it and grab the Eyes of Priestess at the end of this long road. This makes invisible enemies visible again, including the ones from the base game. As you continue down the road, you'll find a random NPC knight, who is now visible with the eyes you collected. Take this guy out however you like. Then continue through the fog wall to hit up the third bonfire. At this point, we can go back and grab the spell we missed earlier. You should only do this if you plan on skipping the DLC. Just head back to the first bonfire and run through the level as normal until you get to the room that was previously blocked. You can grab Soul Flash from the chest and the North Wader armor set from up the ladder. If you've done this, then congratulations, you've beaten this DLC, but I'm going to show you the rest of it now. Continuing from the third bonfire, take a right and head down the hallway. There's 3 knights and a retainer in the room ahead, so lure them backwards or just go in gung-ho. Climb up the stairs and you'll be invaded by Holy Knight Orheim. This guy's kind of a chump. He's hiding as a disguised prop farther in the level, so don't worry about him for the time being. Up the stairs are 2 more knights and a retainer. Take out everything and then head forwards. Orheim is the barrel on the right side near the exit. You can get the jump on him with a projectile weapon if you like. He has decent poise, so parrying him or spamming projectiles is a good way to get his goose. I just stabbed him. Continuing forward, you can grab the items in the chest and then drop down to the top of the stairs. This takes you to the start of the level again. You can go back to the bonfire now and rest before turning left at the front door to engage the first boss of the area. Alva, the king's pet, has 2 notable traits. delayed attacks, and a shitload of health. To deal with the delayed attacks, just watch carefully and time the rolls. I'll play the video down at normal speed so you can get an idea of what the timing is for yourself. The delays apply to all of Ava's melee attacks. For most of Ava's attacks, you'll want to step away from the cat and wait for it to approach you. However, if Ava starts running away from you, you'll want to run towards it and be prepared for either a jumping attack or a homing soul mass attack. If Ava ever does the homing soul mass, you can get to the cat's side and stab it since the magic won't be able to reach you there. Ava has a really mean side swipe that it likes to do when you stand next to it, and it will often jump and attack at you when you try to heal. Attacks like the ice spikes and the force push are really easy to avoid by just keeping a small distance away from the cat. Lastly, to touch on the cat's massive health pool, you'll likely want to bring repair powders or multiple weapons if your main weapon is liable to breaking. Once this kitty cat has bit the dust, head into the cathedral, head up the bonfire and talk to Alsana. Accept her request to beat up her husband, and then return to the bonfire. Grab the vessel shield from the chest and return to the first bonfire when you're ready. Accepting Alsana's quest will unfreeze most of Eleum Loyce. To get all of the Loyce Knights to help us for this boss, we basically need to run through the entire level again, but with more enemies. Yay! Progress from the first bonfire as usual. Retainers who are now sitting on the ground will now get up and start attacking you. You should eliminate all of them as you encounter them to prevent this. The first notable change in the level starts at the fountain. There are a few more knights here and a bunch of retainers. Start with the one on your left, then on your right. Draw the 3 knights across the fountain and then take out the casters and 1 more retainer. Take out the left and right knights before rushing forward. The stone building in the distance is our goal. Drop down the stairs and pop down the elevator. Brace yourself for the worst part of the level. At the bottom of the elevator are some ice porcupines, now formerly referred to as Sanics. Sanics deal an insane amount of damage, both on contact and while rolling. These guys are what Dark Souls 1 Bone Wheels turned into. I highly recommend using magic to take them out, or a disjointed weapon. There's one more Sanic between the pillars ahead of you and one behind him. You'll be invaded by another guy here, Hexer Nikolai. He's a real dick, and will use Promised Walk of Peace on you, which makes avoiding the Sanics even harder. Take out the next Sanic on your right behind the pillars before you engage Nikolai. Do not run too far forward, or you will be pelted by magic or aggro more Sanics. Lure him back and hit him with magic. Once Nikolai is done and dusted, he doesn't have any poise mind you. Take out the Sanic on the left side before climbing the ladder on your right. Turn far left and run across the bridges. In the back rooms over here is a bonfire. Please be sure to get this bonfire, because it's all you're going to get for what happens next. You should go and check for any seeds of a tree of giants before you come back to this area. Clear out all of the casters outdoors before approaching the Sanics in the alleyway and nearly dying because of it. Head into the building on the second level and climb up the stairs. You'll be greeted by a particularly sus white phantom. This is Assassin Maldrin, again. And just like last time, he's a real dick. He thinks he's smart right now, but you can get a clean hit on him when he does his gestures. Once he's taken enough damage, he'll run away. Clear out the rest of the room when he does, and do not pull the lever unless you've used the Seed of Tree of Giants. I do it here, because I'm a dumb fuck, but if you do, you'll have to fight Maldrin and a mini-boss at the same time. If you keep the door closed, you can pop the seed now and leave Maldron and the Sanix to duke it out. From this position, you can also pelt Maldron with magic while he runs away or tries to climb up the ladder to fight you. If you're a fool like me, then open the door with the level and give chase. I hope you liked Covetous Demon, because one of them is in the cave up here. You have two realistic options in this encounter. Either use Covetous Demon as a wall to keep Maldron away from you while you kill the demon, or lure Maldron away from the demon and then duel him there. You could also just use the seed and not open the door like a smart person would, or use the seed after opening the door to make Maldron fight the Covetous Demon for you. This encounter will take a very long time, but once you're done with it, you can clear out the cave and watch out for the two Sanix at the end of the cave. There's a shortcut you can open here before stepping out into the outdoors again. This outside area is hell, and filled with golems and Sanix. Ignore everything, and hit up the elevator at the end of the area. You'll exit at the top of the hill. This hill is filled with rampart golems, soldiers, and Sanix, all of which should be taken out one at a time as you climb this hill. Open the door at the very top and pop in to say hi to the Loyce Knight. Then turn around and punt the snowball off the side of the hill before giving chase to grab all of the items on the bridge below. If you would like to go to Frigid Outskirts, and I'm sure you're just beaming with excitement to do just that, you'll want to continue ahead instead of returning to a bonfire. If you did not want to experience the worst layer of hell in a Dark Souls game, go back to the second bonfire by using your Aged Feather. You'll want to clear the level as usual, but go straight ahead instead of dropping down to the second bonfire. You'll need a flame butterfly to light the sconces at this door. There's going to be a flexile sentry on your right as you enter this cave. Take it out however you can, and then open the illusory wall on your left side. Grab the Boner Fist from the left side before clearing out every single retainer in this room. There's one more flexile sentry at the end of this cave guarding the key that we need. Take him out however you like and then grab the key. Once you're all done here, head back to the second bonfire. This part of the level is mostly the same, but with more retainers. Head into the tower on your right after the rampart golem to find a lot of chests guarded by one knight. One of these chests is indeed a mimic, so be wary of that when you open them. The large battlements where the blizzard was contain several NPCs that were previously invisible. They're guarding an optional item, but you can take them out if you really want to. Regardless of your choice, go straight down the road instead of turning left. There's a knight guarding the way. This part of the level, which I refer to as Wood, is filled with knights as well. Just take them out one by one as you pass through Wood. When you get to the end of this floor, climb up the ladder to open a shortcut before descending back down. Slide down the ladder and then kill the knight. Slide down the next ladder and then kill the golem. Slide down the ladder outside of the room and be prepared for a bunch of dogs at the bottom floor. I hate dogs. There's more dogs as you exit this section of wood. Head forwards and use the elevator to open another shortcut. Castaway Witch Donna will invade you as you attempt to pass. She's a real bitch, and will spam hexes at you. If you aggro the golem, lure it away before attempting to approach Donna. The only real threat here is her Dark Beat spell, which can pretty cleanly one-shot you. Open the door to the second Loyce Knight, and then return to the third bonfire when you're ready. The room ahead of the third bonfire has even more shit in it now that the enemies are unfrozen. Lure the knights away from the retainers and the statues to keep things easy. Just like in Drangleic Castle, killing enemies near the statues activates them. This time they turn into enemies. There's a mimic in this room, so watch out for that. Take it out and the statue that activates as a result. This mimic drops the symbol of avarice, which is going to be very useful for us, so be sure to take it. At the tippy top of the stairs are 3 golems standing around a chest. You can kill off the statues with a strong weapon or activate them by killing one of the knights. There's a useless curved greatsword in the chest that scales with new game cycles. Oof. Continue onwards through the now open right side pathway. Take out the knight, retainer, and statues before opening the door to the third and last Loyce Knight. Good grief. Before leaving, turn around and head down the seemingly dead end to open a illusory wall on the side. Drop down and head up the stairs to take out a knight and grab the Flame Clutch ring, another very useful ring for future events. Go backwards and take out the 2 golems in the knight before dropping down to take out another. The twin-headed great bow is useless, so feel free to skip all of this after getting the clutch ring. Once you've done all of this, return to the cathedral bonfire. It's time to beat some ass, and chew some ass, and eat some bubblegum. Drop down to the boss fog whenever you're ready with all 4 knights at your side. The first half of the Ivory King boss fight is a battle royale. Up to 4 charred Loyce Knights will emerge from the Oblivion Gates and begin fighting the Loyce Knights and you. Once enough of the charred Knights die off, the Loyce Knights will close each gate. There's not a lot of research on the subject, but as far as I can tell, if at any point all of the charred Knights are dead, the Ivory King will attempt to spawn. This can happen before all of the gates close, which means enemies spawning during the boss fight. Yay! Hopefully, at least 2 of the 3 gates will be closed by now, so just rush down any more knights that spawn during the boss fight. The Burnt Ivory King is one of the more straightforward bosses of all of the DLCs, but his boss fight is harder due to the charged knights taking away your resources at the start. Similar to Fume Knight, his combos use a lot of stamina to roll through, so don't get greedy with your attacks. Otherwise, he's pretty fair. The hardest part about this boss fight is really just the charred knights beating your shit in. If one of the Loyce Knights has survived the Battle Royale, he'll do a pretty good job of tanking for you. Once Big Bimbus Blimbus is dead, grab his hat. Congratulations, you have beaten the main part of the 3rd DLC. So you wanna beat Frigid Outskirts, huh? Start from the 2nd bonfire, and run all the way to the 1st golem. Turn left, and run down there. There's another golem, and some hollows you'll need to beat up. Use the garrison ward key, and get the bonfire before going in the coffin and dropping down into Tilted Towers. Once you get into Outskirts, you're going to want to look around and see the multiplayer summon sigils nearby. There's some summon signs that you can look for. If you unlocked the head of Vengarl, you can summon him, but if you didn't, you can summon the priest. Fiva is a filthy cleric, but she'll be a good distraction for what you're about to do. Vengarl is better because he's even tankier, but it doesn't really matter. Equip your favorite shield and prepare your butthole. Angle your camera so that the sun is shining somewhere in the right third of your camera, and then run in a straight line between the blizzard and the sunshine. Run like an absolute madman, and use your shield to block the unicorns that spawn in the blizzard. You can choose to kill them, but I tend to just run away. If Abyss Fiva dies, that is fine. She contributes to multiplayer scaling if she's alive when you hit the boss fog. Run quickly with the snow on your right side and drop down near the pit when you see it. Follow the path quickly, as the unicorns will follow you all the way to the boss fog. Pass the fog to fight Lud and Zaelin. Lud and Zaelin are the exact same as Ava, but they have a trick up their sleeve. At half health, or after a long time, they will buff up and gain damage resistance. This makes them really tanky and risks breaking your weapons. With a strong rapier and no summons, this fight is really easy if you are able to beat Ava easily. Each cat is individually very squishy and easy to burst down before they buff, so you'll want to be aggressive. If you have a bad weapon that isn't a thrusting sword, good luck to you. Congratulations! If you've beaten this cat, the DLC is now all done. As a side note, every soul you gotten in this DLC is safe to eat for souls. Congratulations, if you made it this far, we're done with the major content for the first playthrough. All we have to do now is a lot of busy work as we clean up the rest of our achievements and do some covenant grinding. Go to Tichigren at the Undead Coliseum and join the Brotherhood of Blood for an achievement. You'll need a token of spite to join, which you should have gotten on the way to the gutter. Tichigren sells some spells, and you'll also want to get the Delicate String. I don't have any hard evidence to prove it helps, but it's better than nothing. Other than by enemy drop, Fire Witch is only purchasable from Gren, so be sure to grab it. Similarly, go to the Cathedral of Blue and talk to Targrey. You'll need a token of fidelity to join, which you can get just outside of the Undead Coliseum, coincidentally enough. Targrey's spells aren't exclusive to him, but he has a gesture, and checking out his covenant is an achievement. If you didn't unpetrify Strayed, you can do it now and get his gesture. You can buy some of his stuff or transpose at his shop, but you can also do this later. Head back to Iron Keep and talk to Majorald. You'll likely want to take out all of the Alone Knights here before chatting with him. Give him the Petrified Egg to create the Dragon Remnant's Covenant, and get the achievement for being asked to join. Head back to the bonfire in Lost Bastille. After the Pursuer fight, we're going to go and kill Ruined Sentinels now that it's much easier to do so. Just progress forwards until you reach past the tower where Lucatil was. Turn left and hop over the rubble to make your way over to Sentinels. You'll need to clear out the Royal Swordsmen here, but you're much stronger than them at this point. Unpetrify the Hollow and clear the path to kill 6 or so swordsmen in the room ahead and go to your left. Open the gate to the side path and head into the boss fog. You'll start standing next to one of the 3 sentinels. Carefully roll around here and beat the first one. Again, they're relatively weak now. Then you can either jump down and fight the remaining sentinels, or wait up here for them to jump up to you. Once the bosses are dead, do a lap around the arena mashing the interact button in order to open up all of the illusory walls here. There are some goodies to pick up here, including a target shield and the Hush sorcery. Then you'll want to go up the stairs to the 2nd floor. From the bonfire, head down the ladder and be faced with another pursuer. Get rid of him and use a Ferrous Lockstone on the wall to open the pathway to Belfry Luna. Talk to the Bellkeeper and be prompted to join his covenant. You will need to join at some point to grind for a reward, so you might as well do it now. Head up the belfry and take out the enemies as you come across them. The small bellkeepers are surprisingly dangerous and hard to hit, so move carefully. Your only goal here is to pull the lever at the top of the belfry, which opens the gate blocking the boss fog. Once you cross the fog, it's boss time. Belfry Gargoyles is the same kind of enemy you found once in Drangley Castle, and they have an annoying habit of jumping into the air and either slashing at you or dropping behind you and stabbing you. This version of the fight is relatively easy given our level, but get used to this as there are 5 gargoyles to fight, and we will have to do this one more time in New Game Plus, after we burn a bonfire ascetic to get a ring. Your best bet is to lure a gargoyle away from the others and take it out before running away. Once you've cooked those goyles, head into the tower head and watch out for some dogs. There's a chest and a bonfire after this. There's a bunch of dogs and an invasion at the bottom of the ladder next to the bonfire. The enemies and items here are all optional, so feel free to ignore them. When you're ready, burn an ascetic at the bonfire here. If you don't have one, Stone Trader Cloanne should be selling one. Now head back to the start of the level and rush over to gargoyles. Thankfully, we shouldn't have to hit the lever this time, at least I'm pretty sure you don't. You'll notice that the boss is much tankier now. As usual, bait out attacks while luring the gargoyles away from each other while chipping away at the closest gargoyle. Your reward for this boss is Covetous Gold Serpent Ring +2, which will help us out grinding immensely. Now that that is done, we can head over to the Belfry Soul from Smelter Demon's boss room. Head on over to the room with the dropping platforms and use a lockstone to open the side room to open the way. There's a chest and a bonfire here, light it up, and then head up the ladder to Belfry Soul. There's another Bellkeeper here if you want to join the Covenant from this location as well. Belfry Soul has a bunch of keepers and NPCs to deal with. You'll also be invaded by one of the Bellkeepers. Be sure you've joined the Covenant at this point. Work your way back to the side area with the lever in the tower, ring the bell, and then climb up the tower to the rooftops. Clear out all of the enemies however you see fit, and then head into the next tower to grab the Immolation Pyromancy from the chest. You can continue through and return to Iron Keep. We can now start grinding for Hidden Weapon, which requires defeating 30 invaders or mad warriors in either belfry. You should equip the Delicate String to supposedly increase the spawn rate of the mad warrior, and go back and forth from the bonfire in Belfry Soul to check for spawns. If he shows up, you beat his ass. If you're playing online, you're somewhat likely to be invaded by real players. It happened to me a lot, but your mileage will vary. You should kill off the Bellkeepers as they will get in your way. If you've completed all 3 DLCs and gotten the crowns, including Vendrick's crown, you can go back to Vendrick's room in the Undead Crypt to receive the King's Blessing, which prevents you from hollowing upon death while you're wearing one of the crowns. This is very useful to have on if you keep dying to invaders. Once you've finished with all of that grinding, and no, I don't have footage for all of it, you should go and do some more small chores. I didn't talk to Carhillion in this playthrough, so I went back to No Man's Wharf to have a chat with him. He requires at least 3 intelligence to talk to and bring back to Majula. Make sure you buy all of his spells at some point. Back in Majula, if you didn't talk to Crestfallen Sultan, do so now to be prompted to join his covenant. He'll also give you a free soul vessel when enough people are in Majula. If you're all done with the Bellkeeper grinding, we can now start the Pilgrims of the Dark, starting in Black Gulch. Take the second bonfire and head down towards the underground giants, but instead open the door using the key we got. Assuming you've already spoken to Grandal in Shaded Woods and in underneath Drangley Castle, he'll ask you to join up here. Say yes, and he'll open the portal nearby. Jump inside. You'll be tasked with completing a short set of combat encounters and then lighting a flame partway through. The Dark Chasm of the Old in the Black Gulch contains a bunch of Pyromancer NPCs and some cosplay Ironclads. Ranged attacks are recommended. You cannot backstab the Ironclad armors, so rush down the casters when they appear so they stop shooting stuff at you. Press forward and use a flame butterfly to light a torch and start up the flame in the room ahead. Another Brazilian bootleg Ironclad and a Pyromancer to take out before dropping down the pit at the very end to leave the area. Talk to Grandal to get your rewards and browse his wares before going to Drangley Castle. Talk to Grandpa in the basement and give him an effigy to open the portal. Then head inside. Watch the ground carefully as the path is narrow and pits are plentiful. Your first foe was a Havel monster, pretty easy at long range with spells. Take the road to your left behind Havel to get to the torch. Light it up when all of the enemies are gone. The next enemy on the left path is a much more difficult Ricard cosplay. His lunge and press attack is actually very deadly, so be careful with this encounter. The last dude in this area is easily spammed out with magic. Drop down the pit behind him and leave. Head back to Shaded Woods and drop down the pit to meet Grandpa one more time. This Dark Chasm is relatively short. The first encounter is right in front of the torch and has an archer and a melee guy. Luring them back away from the open is the way to go. Light the torch and use the elevator. There's one more melee NPC before the end of the area. This time, you'll have to fight a boss when you jump down the pit. Dark Lurker is an intimidating boss, but he's relatively easy in practice. He just shoots magic at you, which can be avoided by sprinting or rolling. Then you stab him in the butt. At half health, he will split into two, with each clone casting their own spells but using the same health bar. Try to keep both of the Dark Lurkers on screen and watch their movements to determine which spells are coming at you. All of them usually fly in a straight line anyways. If you die, you won't have to light any of the torches, so just rush over to the pit and drop in. When you're done, talk to Gramps and get all of your rewards and purchase all of his spells. We won't be coming back for him again. Oh boy, we're finally at the last covenant we need to grind for. Head over to the Company of Champions on the Cliff's Edge in Majula and join up. This is an achievement and required for our grinding. Go to the first bonfire in Brightstone Cove, Tseldora. You'll want to equip all of your item discovery increasing gear, including the Symbol of Avarice, Prisoner's Tatters if you've gotten any, Gold Serpent Ring, and the Watch Dragon Parma. Then, equip your favorite spell and a clutch ring for it. In my case, I chose to use the Fire Clutch Ring and Fire Orb. You can also equip soul boosting gear to get more souls while you do this. Lock on and kill the first Falconer right in front of you. Then lock onto the Falconer in the tent on your right. Then rest in the bonfire. After you notice enough drops piling up, you can walk over and grab the items. We are looking for Sunlight Medals. 30 of them. If you've been playing cooperatively with the Warriors of Sunlight Covenant, you may already have a good number of medals by now. In general, this took me about an hour and 30 minutes, and that was while periodically using rusted coins to boost the drop rate. Once you've gotten all of your medals, head over to the Altar of Sunlight and give each medal to it, one at a time. You'll get some gear, and finally, Sunlight Spear for all 30 medals. If you've gotten everyone to move to Majula now, you should have gotten the achievement Gathering of Exiles. This includes Melentia, Kale, Gilligan, Carhelion, Rosabeth, Cloanne, and Lycia of Lindelt. If you've gotten the achievement, we can finally get rid of Lycia. Head over to the Rotunda and use the Cracked Eye Orb to invade her. Be sure to buy all of her miracles you don't already own before doing this. Lycia isn't a hard fight at this level. She has no poise, so you can easily stagger her out of every one of her spells by conserving your stamina and poking her once. Now we have to do a run through Doors of Pharos if you haven't already done this. The Hex Twisted Barricade and the boss Royal Rat Authority are mandatory for all spells, so this is not skippable. Head over to the bonfire now, just before Brightstone Cove, Tseldora. The first thing you should do as you sprint through is to kill the toxic rat on the ground, followed by the Mastodon. The rats have a bad habit of lunging at you when they sprint towards you, so roll away and quickly counterattack. As you enter the center of the room, you'll be invaded by Bowman Gunthery. Provided that the other enemies are already dead, this guy is easy enough to kill by baiting his arrow shots and then sprinting towards him and stabbing him in the dick. You may optionally use a lockstone on the floor here to open the door to get Santier's Spear, which is a unique moveset and is an indestructible, non-scaling weapon. Continue onwards and watch out for the two rats charging towards you before climbing up the ladders and getting Twisted Barricade from the corpse. Clear out the Gyurms here. You may optionally use a lockstone to open the side path to some extra Titanite. Head through to the next room and just turn left to get to the bonfire and boss fog. Equip your strongest bow and snipe the rats in the center of the room. In a very Capra Demon-esque encounter, the rats here are the big problem, and they should be taken out as soon as possible. The big rats' attacks deal little damage to the small rats, but they'll also knock them over. Afterwards, the fight with Authority is very simple, as he has only a few attacks and is quite weak. But you'll have to watch out for his acid vomit attack he does when he's low on HP, which can be a pain in the ass to repair all of your gear afterwards. Once he's dead, you're done with this place. We're almost done. The last thing you need to do is to buy all of the spells from all of the shops. These include, in no particular order, Carhelion, Lycia, Rosabeth, Magerold, Falcon, Strayed, Agdane, Cromwell, and Ornifex. Ignoring all of the spells which require transposition, you should have Soul Arrow, Great Soul Arrow, Heavy Soul Arrow, Great Heavy Soul Arrow, Homing Soul Arrow, Homing Soul Mass, Homing Crystal Soul Mass, Soul Spear, Shockwave, Soul Spear Barrage, Soul Greatsword, Soul Vortex, Soul Bolt, Soul Geyser, Magic Weapon, Great Magic Weapon, Crystal Magic Weapon, Strong Magic Shield, Urn, Hush, Fall Control, Hidden Weapon, Repair, Cast Light, Chameleon, Unleash Magic, Soul Flash, Focus Souls, Heal, Medium Heal, Great Heal Excerpt, Great Heal, Soothing Sunlight, Replenishment, Resplendent Life, Caressing Tears, Force, Emit Force, Heavenly Thunder, Lightning Spear, Great Lightning Spear, Sunlight Spear, Soul Appease, Magic Barrier, Great Magic Barrier, Homeward Guidance, Unveil, Perseverance, Sunlight Blade, Denial, Splintering Lightning Spear, Fireball, Fire Orb, Great Fireball, Firestorm, Fire Tempest, Chaos Storm, Combustion, Great Combustion, Fire Whip, Poison Mist, Lingering Flame, Fire Swathe, Forbidden Sun, Flash Sweat, Iron Flesh, Warmth, Immolation, Fire Snake, Dance of Fire, Dark Orb, Dark Hail, Dark Fog, Affinity, Dead Again, Dark Weapon, Whisper of Despair, Twisted Barricade, Dark Greatsword, Recollection, Scraps of Life, Dark Storm, Resonant Soul, Great Resonant Soul, Resonant Flesh, Resonant Weapon, Profound Slow Promise Walk of Peace, and Dark Dance. For New Game Plus, the goal is to get all of the spells remaining from Transposition. These include Great Homing Soul Arrow, Soul Shower, Crystal Soul Spear, Blinding Bolt, Sacred Oath, Toxic Mist, Acid Surge, Flame Weapon, Outcry, Repel, Numbness, and Life Drain Patch. For New Game Plus 1, your goal is to beat the entire base game again as fast as possible and then loop into New Game Plus 2. If you've somehow forgotten, that means beating the 4 lords to get to Drangleic Castle, getting the King's Ring to go to Aldia's Keep, getting the Ashen Mist Heart to go to Giant Memories, getting the Giant Kinship from Giant Lord, and then beating Nashandra at the Throne of Wand. And since I didn't show beating Nashandra, we'll go ahead and do that now, starting by heading to the Throne of Wand, where Throne Watcher and Defender were. If you somehow haven't completed Benhart's quest, you can summon him here now, or skip it so that the bosses have less scaling. Like last time, Watcher and Defender are a duo boss, where if one of them dies, the other will attempt to resurrect them. However, at this late in the game, you should be well overpowered and easily be able to blast through their health bars. Just watch for openings and take safe hits on them until one of them is downed. Then you can play much more aggressively and destroy their HP bars when they make an opening for you. Their buffing animation is very easy to abuse to hit them. With Giant's Kinship in hand, Nashandra will now spawn in. Nash is a pretty easy final boss. She's like an easier version of Alana and Darklurker put together. Her most dangerous trick is summoning destructible orbs which curse you like the pots have throughout the game, and her melee strikes are deceptively strong. But other than that, Nashandra leaves herself open for extremely long windows after casting spells, which makes this fight a cinch. But that's not all. If you beat Vendrick and have spoken to Aldia at all the bonfires he shows up in, he'll spawn here as the super secret final boss. Aldia's big gimmick is that when he's on fire, he does significant damage to you and takes almost no damage in return. So the idea is that you wait for him to do an attack, which usually extinguishes his flames, and then you stab him. Usually, the best way to avoid his attacks is to just sprint around in a circle around him. There are so many openings to heal that you usually aren't in any danger unless he's capable of one-shotting you, and if that's the case, then you should just equip some fire-resistant gear. If you've successfully beaten Nashandra but died to Aldia, don't worry, as you'll only have to fight Aldia when you come back. Once you've beaten him, choose your ending. It doesn't matter which one you pick, watch the credits and you'll be taken back to Majula. Once you're absolutely certain the only thing you have left to do is to get the spells, you can proceed to New Game Plus. There are some minor differences in New Game Plus that I will go over, however I do not claim to know every difference. Right at the start of the game, there's a new kind of falconer enemy that you don't see anywhere else. They're not too hard to deal with, and they're pretty buggy. Some red phantom forest grotesques will drop down before the witch's hut. There's some archer red phantom hanging over the tutorial area. He's easily avoided by just running past him. There's a 4th old knight in the arena near the start of Heide's Tower of Flame. There's also some bullshit they added to this fight. There's another old knight standing before Dragonrider. The first chest in Majula before Forest is now a mimic. There's a red phantom dude and an ironclad in the pathway leading to the giant memory. There's a single red royal swordsman leading up to Pursuer's Arena. There's a red phantom on the ship before the Flexile Sentry. Shadows will appear during the fight with Flexile Sentry. They can drop crab claws. There's a red phantom jailer after Flexile Sentry in Bastille. There are undead aberrations and red phantom mummies in the waterways before Lost Sinner. 2 red phantom pyromancers spawn in the Lost Sinner boss room. They're easy to take out, but can surprise you when they show up with their projectiles. 2 sneaky red phantoms spawn around you when you take the lower path in Huntsman's Copse. I recommend just jumping over on the normal path instead to avoid this. There are more Grave Wardens before Mitha's boss room. There's a red phantom alone knight captain in the starting room of Iron Keep. And in the furnace you take it to skip Smelter Demon. These guys might be harder than the boss to be perfectly fair. There's a single red phantom guarding the chest in the lava pit room. Before the bonfire, there's this really mean ironclad cosplayer. Freya shows up in Brightstone Cove Tseldora to spook you. You can deal damage to her now, and it will linger into the boss fight, but I don't really recommend trying it. There's this hacker red phantom in the spike pit before Freya. There's a cleric in the pit before you reach the gutter. Poison-spitting lizard statues from the DLC show up in Black Gulch now. There's red phantom forest grotesques on the way to Shrine of Winter. The world's meanest red phantom shows up at the front door to Dranglake Castle. Behind Welliger is the throne room, which now contains 2 pursuers. You can cheese this encounter by baiting one of them into a long animation, and then despawning the other one by walking out of the room. The pursuer with the red eye will drop a Ring of Blades +2 if killed, but this is the hardest encounter in the whole game if done legitimately. There's a free copy of Great Magic Barrier in the room with the frozen flower. The room at the top of the long elevator has a weeaboo red phantom. I'm pretty sure there are more Shrine of Amana Archdrakes, including this butcher cosplayer. There's some dumb dickhead invader that shows up in Dragon Aerie. I'm not sure what happened here really. There are red phantoms before Giant Lord's Arena. And of course, the wild ride doesn't end there, as there are some New Game Plus 2 exclusive changes, although thankfully only a few. There's a red phantom before Dragonrider. Apparently there are more of them by Ornstein as well. The cleric at the bottom of the pit is now joined by a Faram Knight cosplayer. And of course, the most important change, in New Game Plus 2 onwards, Chancellor Welliger will now sell Covenant rewards for both the Brotherhood of Blood and Wave of Blue, which will finish off our collection of spells, and completing the last achievement of the game.